2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. A mic check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. It's time to check the mic and best of bet. I'm about to wreck it to the leather. Jealous people hate but don't debate. Just check my measures. Electric by design. I even shine in stormy weather. Attempt to meddle and tether this mental treasure, and you find yourself embedded in the chasm in the desert. Thirsting for hydration, no libation, empty kettle. Take it to another level. Add the bullet in the shovel. Got you on the bubble, double trouble. See you stumbled, and this about to get repugnant like a kitten in the rumble. Quick to fluff and tumble, best be humble when we come through, cause I have you stiffing under. Mama wonder where you went to.
1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. What you gon' do? It's the KCE crew. We making you look like Fu Manchu. Proper grasshopper who with the kung fu. Cut and slice nice like Benny Hanna do. Take quick bites like the tip of a piranha tooth. Go ahead and steal my mic, watch it blow up right in front of you. We coming to give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Who do you think you are? You ain't gonna get real far. Driving your shifty car, following Diddy farts. I'ma be a Twitter star. I'ma be a Twitter star. Keep dreaming about how big you are, cause we about to pick apart everything that's in your heart. Control and leave you torn to shards. Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Selling junk like San Francisco. Wax on, wax off Daniel, son. Selling junk like San Francisco.
1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. I'm tripping cause my mind's gone from always seeing tragedies. Can't close my eyes cause it's around me, I just call it reality. Can't paint no perfect picture like an artist they can't sell. It's what they try to instill in me, but my pockets seem to swell. Doing it like them ghetto boys did it back in those days. And we been jamming, pippin' bun, long live UGK. And before Eminem, we had Bill and Gangsta Nip. But we don't trip unless we on the plane taking a trip. And these suckers trying to contest us, but they find out we ain't no busters. We much more than screw, we keep it gutter. Mic check 1 2, y'all cannot touch us. We don't be causing no problem, son. Coming at me like Daniel, son. You would get defeated, wax on, wax off, out to the righteous one.
1 2 1 2. That's mic check. 1 2 1 2. You already know. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Dude, I could blink my eyes and provide an entire fountain of sound effects pounding directly on your neck, having flashbacks of the tragic act back when the boom bap was replaced with pop rap or hip hop or whatever you call that. We need a lockbox or something to keep this weak pox from spreading. I'm heading outside of the outsiders, opening your mind wider. Silly rabbits are at it again, but they can't hide us. Sit tight, Mr. Hip Hop. We'll find your daughter. Ought to be easy. She emits a homing frequency. We picked it up back in '98, and we're actually surprised that it took us so long to triangulate her exact location. But congratulations, check it out. We about to get her right now. We already found the captors, trapped them and slapped them with bound. Just burn the hideout to the ground.
Yeah, a 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Let's make it hot. A 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Oh, yeah, but you're not there at all. I don't, you have to join with audio. Did y'all click on join with audio? You're not on.
I didn't enter studio yet.
Yes, enter studio, and then it's going to say, do you want to enter with audio and video? Say, yeah. Okay, I see it. I see you.
I see you now.
All right. Let me hang up this phone because we're getting feedback. All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. You look good, boy. You look like your mama.
Thank you.
I did that.
I wanted to show these pictures on the screen, but we was doing so much. Let me see. Can I do this?
Hey.
What?
I got her set up and everything. I'm finna dip.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
Not a problem, man.
Thank you,
Thank you,
man.
Lee.
You're welcome.
I wanted to pull these pictures up on the screen, but since we didn't have that much time, damn, you ain't gonna be able to see this shit good.
No, I can't see that. What is it? Pictures of what?
Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna try to do it the proper way, but I'm gonna have to do it through my phone. So give me 1 second. StreamYard. I do have something you can look at while I'm doing this, though. Check this picture out.
That's your daddy. That's Jeffrey Perkins on a horse. That
Yep.
was before my time, but I remember this picture.
So what all can you tell me? Like, what does this picture
Well,
make
he
you
used
think
to
of?
tell me stories about how one time he was riding a horse down Wayside, close to the freeway, which had to be 610. And a car was coming, and the horse just stopped. While he was riding, it just stopped and put the brakes on and threw him in the street in front of an oncoming car.
Damn.
But he, yeah, he used to ride horses on Wayside.
That's crazy because there's still a lot of people who do that to this day.
Yeah, I know, and it scares me when I'm driving, coming up on people on a horse. I slow down. I slow way down and get way over because they can tear your car up. And I wouldn't want to kill nobody's horse either.
Yeah. So yeah, people riding horses all over the city.
Yeah, that's
and,
Texas.
and you know what's crazy about Daddy is that he had a lot of close call type situations. One time he told me about how he was driving, and it was like an 18-wheeler in front of him, and something fell off of the off the truck, and it hit. And it was like a chunk of metal, and it hit it hit his windshield right on the driver's side, like right directly in front of him, but it didn't come through. It like stopped right there at the on the screen.
Wow.
On the window.
Your grandmother Vivian lost her husband. I don't know if it was her second husband after your grandfather, and something went through the windshield and killed him, a pole or something.
Yeah, that's crazy. He was so shook. He came home. When he came home that night, he came and got me and Alifa and brought us outside and was like, look at this. He was like, if this would have went through the windshield, I wouldn't be here no more.
Wow.
It was a big chunk of metal. It would have it would have messed him up. So, but that's like, I thought about that story because you told the story about the horse, and it's like, I don't know. It's like we could talk about God, we could talk about fate, or we could talk about, but I think that, like I say, he had a lot of close calls like that.
Wow, I can't imagine.
Here's a couple. Let me show you a couple more about this.
Did you introduce me to your audience?
No, I didn't, but I was gonna get into that. Look at this picture. What is this picture?
That's a picture of your dad when he was a little boy. Looking like a bad little boy.
About to get into some trouble.
Yeah. He looked like your brother Jeffrey.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was gonna show some. What about, check out this one?
That is him and Jamie and Jeffrey. I think he was in the. Was he in the Air Force then? He looked all built, but he was built like that when I met him, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm early today because ain't nobody on the show right now, but I can introduce you. For those that's listening and watching, we're talking to my mom. And the point of this is, did I post it? Hold on. Let me give me 1 second. I think I posted. Did I post it? Oh, damn it. I hate it when I do that. That's what I be saying about being organized on the show. It makes a big difference. I want to read the what I wrote for the show. And I didn't take a picture of it, so I don't know if they're gonna even let me do it. Give me a second. I don't know how to pull that up otherwise. View on YouTube. Let's see if we can do it. Enter studio. It's not gonna let me do it, I don't think. Damn, that sucks. Well, I could just tell y'all what it was. I was talking about the ancestors, right? How, it's so much history and knowledge that's lost. And don't get into history books. They don't make it into the history books. And, a lot of it goes when our elders leave, and we always say, value the ancestors and ask the ancestors, for guidance and so forth and so on. And people be saying that in a spiritual sense, which nothing is wrong with that. But what I think people don't really understand is some of our ancestors are still here. They haven't passed on. You could talk to them right now, person to person, and gain some of that knowledge and insight that they have.
Yeah. See, now that's the issue with me. I didn't do that. And all the people that had the history of my family that goes further back than what I know, they're gone now.
And I think
if you wait, it'll be too late.
Right. So that's what the point of this show is today. Is I want to let people understand that some of their ancestors are still here. They carry invaluable. I mean, like no price tag of information that they have in their head, and they don't mind sharing it with people. Nobody asks, right?
Right. Exactly.
People don't take the time. People, they old. They don't have nothing to offer or whatever. They, they don't have no use. In America, it's like we throw away our old folks, put them in old folks' home and try to forget about them.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is we're throwing away super valuable knowledge, stuff you can't get from other places. Yesterday, I was talking about how, as a black person in America, we don't know our names.
Exactly.
Because they were taken from us. Our we can only go so far back. Before slavery, there's nothing. So, and then a lot of people, they come from other places in the world or whatever. Like I was watching a video about this guy. He was talking about his son is 4 years old. And okay, so he has Irish heritage. And it's like a hoorah or some shit. It's like a thing that they do. And the kid does it, hoorah, whatever the hell it is. It's something having to do with being Irish. And it's like he was saying in the video, he was like, his son don't know nothing about being Irish or nothing like that, but he knows hoorah, whatever the hell that is. So he is already, taking in his heritage. You know what I'm saying? Learning his lineage, learning his, his culture, his ethnicity.
Right.
And us as black people in America, what's our heritage? Chitlins?
Yeah.
You see this video? You see the picture on the screen right here?
Yeah, that's your grandmother and her husband. That's Vivian. That's Vivian. That's Viv. Vivian Woods.
Yeah, so tell me more. What do you know about her?
I don't know if that's the husband that she lost, I believe it is. But the pipe came through, fence pipe came through the windshield and killed him. But you know, that was all before my time, and she really used to talk to me. She loved to talk, especially about the husband that she loved so much, and I believe that that was him, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, so Vivian Woods was her married name. What was her maiden name?
Well, she was married. She was a Perkins, and what her maiden name was Jeffrey.
Okay, yeah. And did that come from, because what I understand about her is she was part German and part indigenous or native or Indian or however you want to
Yes,
say it.
yes, you could see that in her face,
Yeah, you could definitely see it.
and in her attitude, and in her eyes.
I remember
That
her and
ended.
how her muscular build and her husky voice, all that was Indian stuff.
Yes,
Wide shoulders, and she punched the shit out of you.
yeah. She would throw a shoe at the kids, and that shoe would turn around the corner and hit one. She was good at throwing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She took care of all her grandkids, so I got to give it to her. She did what she had to do. Some things I won't discuss. You know, I'd like to keep to myself, but she did
Well,
what she had to do.
well, share whatever you will. The point of this is to share. And what I wanted to ask you was the Jeffries name, because it was that had to be
That was
very important to her because she made sure that name stayed alive, and then
right by naming your daddy Jeffrey, right?
and the name has continued because we got a Jeffrey Jr., we got a Jeffrey the Third.
Yeah,
Somehow that importance of that name she instilled it and somehow let it stay alive. So I
yeah.
wonder, did that name come from the Native American side? Where or was it German?
I,
Where did they come from?
that was the German part.
Okay,
That was the German part. Jeffries.
okay.
But I
So
don't know any more than that.
so it was Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jeffries.
Because details like that is very important because we could use that to find out more information,
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing this. I feel like it's super important. You might think it's a little thing, but it's not. So what about Grandpa William Bill Foley?
Okay. He was not actually married to my grandmother. That was my mother's mother was named Louise Riley. That was her maiden name. And then she married a king. And I don't know his first name. That's my paternal grandfather. Now, Grandpa Bill came along, but they were never married. But they stayed together until she died. And then he passed on.
So
And
what was
that's where Grandpa Bill come from. That's really the only grandpa I know. He, even though we was not blood related, that was my grandpa.
so what about Grandma Lucille Riley?
That was my mother, your grandmother.
So tell me more about her. Like I say,
She
let me tell you, I remember when I was a kid, I want to say you had a picture of her on the wall in the house. Very light.
no,
No?
that was no because nobody has a picture.
Mm.
My aunt Irma, my dad's sister, had a dark black and white grainy photograph of a little bitty woman standing on the porch of a wood frame house. And it was very grainy, but she was a little bitty woman. And she said that that was my mama. That's the only picture I've ever seen in my life.
Mm. So tell me, what did she look like?
She was the little bitty woman. I'm 5 feet. She was smaller than me. She was jet black, uh, pretty, jet black, little bitty woman. She wore a size 4 shoe. Can you imagine that?
Mm.
Can you imagine what a size 4 looks like?
Yeah, that's a little foot. And
Yeah.
but a lot of the natives were. What about her lineage? Because I was gonna say a lot of the natives were short. The
You
Indians.
know, I don't know. I don't know anything about her father, Grandpa King. I don't know anything about him. I guess when he divorced my grandmother, that was before I was even born. And you know, when they separated or divorced, whatever the situation was, I didn't know him. I've only met him once in my life, and I was an adult when I met him. And you and Amina met him, and I remember Alifa took to him real like she had been on him, and he'd been on her. But I didn't know him. He had another family, you know.
So, what more can you tell me about her? Because all I know is that she had a heart condition and
Yeah.
she passed, and you was 6 years old. So there had to be some. Tell us whatever story. Tell us that
Well,
anything.
uh, I know. Only thing I remember is like when Christmas comes and they start playing those Christmas songs from way back in the day, like with Bobby Blue Bland. My memories come back to me. A record with an orange label that she used to play on a little turntable, a Christmas song. And I can't tell you the name of it right now, but every time I hear it during Christmas, I would cry because she loved to listen to her music. She loved to sip on her beer with salt. And guess what I do? I love my listen to my music, and I love to drink my beer with salt. Isn't that something?
It's like a connection. It's a way for you to connect with
Yes,
her.
yes.
Do you have any other rituals like that you do that kind of makes you feel like you're more connected to her, or just like for her memory or whatever?
Well, I know I would always get into something like putting metal rings on my finger, and my daddy would tell me stop putting them. Back in the day, they had these little uh things where you put a nickel in, and you would get a little plastic toy, a ring or something like that, and I would put those rings on and squeeze them too tight and couldn't get them off. So my dad would fuss at me and tell me, "Don't put those rings on my finger no more." So me, I did it anyway, and my finger swelled up, and I had to hide it from my daddy. So I went and told my mom, so my mom had to hide from my daddy too. So it was like in the middle of the night, jet black, dark, 4 day in the morning. She took me. We sneaked out of the house and went to this neighbor lady's house, and she got that ring off my finger, and she never told my daddy. I'm like, that she was taking care of me. She was taking care of me then. I feel like she takes care of me now, but I didn't really break down and start missing my mom until I was an adult. It's like I had blocked it out,
Because it's like
you
you
know.
realize what you lost. And I hate
Right.
like generational curses and so forth, because it's like Anaya's mom passed when she was 3, so it's like her and you have a lot in common.
Yes, we do. I think about that a lot. But we try to mention Christy to Anaya every chance we get.
I have pictures everywhere. I try to
Yes,
talk
but
about
see, I
her.
didn't have that. I didn't have that. I didn't get that. It's like there was no conversations. Nobody set me down, and what Esther did. My cousin Esther, my first cousin, she used to tell me stories about my mama, but I never got any conversations like your mama this or your mama that. It's like it happened, and nobody wanted to talk about it. It's
It's
like
it,
it didn't happen.
it's like that in the black community. It's like the stuff that hurts we don't talk about, and we kind of suppress it. But I think that we lose a lot when we do that. So tell me about the house. Tell me about the house you lived in with when your mom was alive. Tell me about anything related to that.
Oh, we lived in the ghetto. We lived in Fifth Ward, right dead smack in the middle of Fifth Ward, off of Lawrence Avenue and West Street. We lived right next to a railroad track.
And look,
Well, my
wait,
grandmother's house was next to the railroad track, and passenger trains used to come through. And just like the movie, what's that movie?
that's The Color
Uh,
Purple, and we was
The
watching that
Color
together.
Purple.
And you told me that story, and I watched The Color Purple again. And I ain't gonna lie, I teared up at that part at
Yes,
the end because I imagine that as you, as a little
yes,
child with a shabby dress on, chasing
yes,
after the train, trying to get some
yes,
some coin
yes,
candy.
yes, yes. And it wouldn't be a whole lot of candy, but we loved it. We couldn't wait until that train came. That it was a passenger train, with white people on it, and they would throw candy out the windows and out the front and out the back of the train. Yeah, and that got me on that movie Color Purple because that's what we used to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so after you told me that story, I can't watch that movie the same way. And that movie breaks me up
Yeah.
all different kinds of ways because there's multiple parts of that movie that get me. I don't want to start crying on here,
That
so I ain't
would
gonna
that
talk
would be
about
the
it.
only candy we would get, you know? That would be the only candy we would get. You know what I'm saying?
Cause no other time would y'all have time, have like money to buy candy or whatever, right?
No, no, no. We didn't have money to get candy.
So tell me what life was like. Like, what did she do for a living? How did what money she did have
Well,
or
my,
whatever?
my, my dad was a truck driver for a pipe company. You know those big concrete pipes that you put in the ground? He used to drive a truck loaded with those right off of Liberty Road, right here in Fifth Ward, right off of Liberty Road. He was a truck driver. Yeah, and my mom didn't work.
So tell me, like, what was life was like? Can you describe the house? What was a daily
The
routine or
the
whatever?
house was a shotgun house. You go through the front door and you could go straight out the back. And they had two bedrooms, a kitchen, and of course the living room when you open the front door. So what's that? One, two, three, four rooms in a bathroom with four kids. My brother, my two brothers, and my first cousin that was raised with me as a sister. So it was four kids in that house. My mom and my dad. I remember
So
we would go to school and we didn't have sandwich bags. That's a luxury. We would cut bread bags up into pieces and wrap our sandwiches, our lunch meat sandwich, a piece of lunch meat and two slices of bread up in a piece of bread bag and put in and wrapped in a piece of a big piece of paper bag and wrap that up and that's how we took our lunch to school.
Mm.
We were poor. My daddy worked, and he would give us 25 cents a week allowance, a quarter. But a quarter bought a lot of candy. Candy was two pieces for a penny, or a piece for 2 pennies, or something like that. Candy was cheap, but we got that once a week, 25 cents, and we was happy with it too.
So
But
tell
you
me,
can't give kids nothing these days. They think you're supposed to do this and you're supposed to do that, and you can't afford it, and you go out your way to do
they
that. We
don't
didn't have that.
they don't even appreciate it. So
Mm-mm.
tell me though, because look, you just told me some stuff that I didn't know. I hadn't heard before. Because like, okay, I know Uncle Ernest didn't live with y'all, so and then was that Aunt Hazel was the one of the ones? Who are those people? You just mentioned it was four people, four kids in the house.
Herman, Ernest, me, and Hazel.
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
then Ernest would go every weekend to Aunt Elnora, which is my daddy's sister. Every weekend he would catch the bus and ride the bus by himself and go out there and stay the weekend. And eventually, he just started staying. He stayed. And then Herman was getting in trouble. Uh and my daddy couldn't do nothing with him. So she ended up with both of them. So we was split up. So it was just me and Hazel, and Herman and Ernest was with Aunt Elnora.
So tell me more about like how life was like, during these times, because I think even though this wasn't that long ago but it's a long time ago for a lot of people. So what I mean is that a lot of people don't even know what life was like, you know what
It
I'm saying?
wasn't good. It wasn't good because we ended up with a stepmother that the intention was for her to help my dad with the kids, because he needed somebody to help us,
After
you
your mom
know.
passed.
Yeah. But she had
Well,
never had kids of her own, and it was pretty much like a evil stepmother situation.
well, back up a bit because the people don't know. We're talking about a lot of stuff. So explain what happened. With your mom. You were 6 years old. How much of that story are you willing to tell? You want to go down that road? Are you okay with that?
Well, I can try to answer whatever you ask me, but
Well,
I
well
kind of like blocked out a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of
what?
time periods or
Just
whatever that are
you.
blank to me.
You don't have to give like. What I mean is how. What explain to the people what the situation was as far as okay. You're 6 years old. Um. You know. And go from there. Like what happened? Like how did it end up? What?
Well, I blocked it out. Like I say, I turned it off.
No, I mean,
You
what do you
know?
like the details as far as like, okay, so she had a heart condition
Oh
and you said,
yeah, and she had a valve put in her heart. So this the story that I was told, that she had a valve put in her heart, but that's something that kids don't know nothing about. All you know is that your mama is sick, and the story is, and what I can remember is that she was in the hospital, because I remember going to the hospital. She was at St. Elizabeth right there on Lowndes Avenue. And I remember her throwing candy out the window because we couldn't go in there to see her. And she threw, some candy and stuff out the window to us. And she was told that they had to go in and redo this valve, and that she had a 50-50 chance of coming out of it, out of the surgery. So she had the surgery and she didn't come out of it.
So was that like Bentab Hospital?
No, it was St. Elizabeth.
So at that time, is that considered a nice hospital, or was that hospital in the hood?
The hospital was in the hood, right on Lowndes Avenue.
It's not there anymore.
It hasn't been a hospital for many years.
So it's another kind of building.
Yeah, but the building is still there.
So the reason why I ask you that is that I've done a lot of studying now because of anthropology, and what we know Black women go to the hospital for minor whatevers and end up dead. And there's statistics out there that show Black women, Hispanic women, they end up with hysterectomies that they didn't ask for, all kinds of go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think the issue was where she was. I think it was the condition that she was in.
It was just really bad. And I think this is important, because how do I know that I don't have, the heart condition stuff can skip generations.
Yeah. So whenever they ever ask you about heart conditions in your history, you have to tell them, yeah, your grandmother died of heart condition.
And I don't never really put that on my stuff.
Well, you need to.
I'm a bit concerned. I'm not gonna lie, And I don't go to the doctor regularly.
Yeah. Well, that's in your history. That's in your history. My daddy's sister, Irma, she had a triple bypass. She died of heart failure. His other sister, Elnora, she died of heart failure. Gerald Singleton, he had heart failure, but he didn't. I don't know what his cause of death was. So that's in your history. That's in your medical history. Heart failure and high blood pressure. Is that Corey?
Nah, this is my friend Pat. I do shows with all the time.
How you doing, Pat?
I met him through Ashley.
How are you?
Oh, okay.
You remember Ashley, right?
Yes, I remember Ashley.
Yeah, so that's the connection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doing all right this evening?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, so so Ashley, my mom and them loved the hell out of Ashley. Whenever she went over there,
we loved Ashley, especially Barry. Oh my God, you can't say a bad word about Ashley to Barry. Barry loved the ground Ashley walked on.
Yeah, she good people.
Yeah, she's not exaggerating. They really loved her over there.
Yeah.
So fix her car. Barry wouldn't fix my damn car, but he'll fix Ashley's car and all kinds of shit.
But you don't even ask. You never ask. I'm like, why is he spending all this money?
I just spent a whole bunch of money on my car just now.
I'm like, you could have paid him. You could have paid him a third of what you paid and got your stuff done right, and you wouldn't have to worry about that no more.
And my car is on
for hookups like that.
My car is on the edge right now. It's got some problems that I'm ignoring, and it's gonna fucking.
I know people in Louisiana I could go to. I don't know people in.
Barry can fix a car. I mean, he don't always want to do it, but you my son. I know. When he look out for a Leafer, oh my God, he keeps the Leafer's car running.
Yeah. Alif was so blessed. Anyways, let's talk about Louisiana because see, Pat is from Louisiana. What part? What
Okay.
part? Pat, your
Franklin,
people.
Franklinton, Louisiana.
Franklinton. Hmm.
Franklinton. Yep. You know anything about that?
That's before and after what?
All right. That's well, it's near. It's in between. I guess you could say A Meat and Bogalusa.
Bogalusa.
Yes, ma'am. Um.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's other towns, I guess, that's involved in between that, but A Meat is pretty well known. Bogalusa is pretty well known. There's Folsom and there's other little towns around there, but I think those are pretty much some of the main ones that's
Oh,
close
okay. Well,
to
how
it.
long you been in Houston?
Well, I wasn't. Well, I've actually moved out of Houston. I moved to College Station. Um, not long, probably a year and a half ago. But I was in Houston since 2011,
Oh,
2012.
okay. Okay.
So, so tell me more about Louisiana because like a lot of that, I've only been a few times to like. I remember going and it was trees everywhere
Yeah,
and
that was at a family reunion.
family reunion. That's what it
What
was.
what part of what part of
Lake
Louisiana?
Charles, Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
so like I don't remember none of those people or like I remember that was I have memories from that time, but like I don't know nothing about it. Like what's the connection like okay, cuz you was born where were you born?
I was born here in Houston.
Okay. So like what's the connection to
But when my
Louisiana?
mom died, they took me to Louisiana. You know, they kind of passed me around a little bit. You know, uh I don't know where Ernest and Herman was, but I know I was passed around as a little kid and spoiled rotten. They spoiled me rotten all the way until they all died. Treat me like a little kid still. But yeah, Lake Charles, we had family reunions where my cousin Gerald Singleton, I'm a Singleton. My dad is a Singleton. He had his own lake beside his house, behind his house. And we would go out there and fish and catch fish and walk
Any
back
relation
up.
in relation to
Excuse me,
Vernell Singleton?
Vernell?
Yeah, he was
No, I don't recall a Vernell.
basketball. Yeah, he was a basketball player at LSU. He ended up playing overseas for a while.
Vernell. No, I don't recall a Vernell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us more about like, I don't know what when okay, so you was a little kid, you was being passed around in Louisiana. So like tell us more about that.
Well, that's pretty much it. Being six, you don't really remember much,
Right.
you know. And then, like I say, I had blocked out a whole bunch of stuff. Like I went on blank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because it was just too traumatic.
It
I
was very traumatic, and it's like nobody really explained nothing to me. It's like they left me to figure shit out on my own, and I'm still uh, not happy about that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, tell us a story. Tell us a story of something. It don't have to be at that time. You're older now. Because I remember you would tell me about it was a lady who would make food for you, like rice and eggs. You was
Oh, that
telling
was
me
my grandmother. That was my grandmother, my daddy's mother.
what
That was
was
Mary Satchery was her maiden name.
okay.
And like the Tony Satchery, I don't know if we have any relation to them. I would like to look that
So okay, was your grandma on your dad? Who's it was your dad's
my
mom?
dad's mother. My dad's mother. She
And
married Arthur Singleton. She was a Satchery. So that's as far back as I can go. On my dad's side is his mother and her husband. Now, my grandmother's mother, I know nothing about. All I know is somebody was white in there somewhere because everybody on the Satchery side looked like white people.
yeah, it's like that a lot in Louisiana. And then you
Oh
said your
yeah,
mom
that's
Yeah.
was,
very common.
but you said
Uh,
your mom was really dark skinned.
my mom was very dark skinned. Everybody on my dad's side of the family married somebody that was very dark complected. So they had beautiful
Oh yeah,
kids,
oh yeah.
real
They
light
were.
skinned men or women, and they would their husbands or wives. I don't know if that's they chose, but all of them are married to very dark skinned people.
They were the prize.
Yes,
And I always say the most beautiful people be coming out of Louisiana. I swear to God,
yeah,
they make beautiful people in Louisiana, boy.
yeah.
So no, tell me more about the grandma and the rice and the eggs
Yeah,
and
she loved eggs and rice. She loved eggs and rice and cornbread milk. Oh my
Kush.
God, some kush and milk.
Hmm.
Ain't that what you call it, kush kush?
Yeah, that's what my mama called it.
Yeah,
They eat it like it's cereal.
yeah. She got bit by a snake once. I don't know. But she had the two teeth mark scars on the inside her wrist. Where the snake bit her. Well, she caught it and killed it. But she told me the story about how she went in the back and it was some wood back there and she's fooling with some chickens or something and this great big snake bit her. And she had the scars. She had the two puncture marks to prove it.
mm. So tell me
She
about her
used to,
relation, your relationship with her and all that stuff because
she showed me how to wring a chicken's neck.
mm,
Yeah, kill a chicken. She said, "Come on, girl. Come on out here. We gotta go get this chicken." I'd have to catch it. She made me catch the chicken. She grabbed the chicken and wring his neck. Next thing you know, she put that chicken in some hot water, get them feathers off, and fried that chicken up. You talking about the best thing I ever had in my life.
Y'all had real
And
chicken back then.
she smoked the pipe.
mm.
She always wore an apron that she made. She liked to sew, and she would make her own aprons with the pockets and all, and that's where she kept her pipe tobacco and her pipe in her apron. She smoked the pipe.
Was it like the what is it, corn cob pipe?
Yeah, it was a corncob pipe, but she smoked that sweet smelling tobacco.
Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna
Hmm.
lie, I got an affinity to Concord pipes. I don't know why, because I've smoked out of them before, and for some reason I'm attracted to them.
Yeah, maybe that's from your great grandma. She looked white and she had long gray silver thin hair
That's
and
Indian.
she wore it in a bun and she had blue eyes.
Yep.
I don't know where them blue eyes came from.
Yeah, that's native mixed with some white.
Mm, well,
Definitely.
well. You gotta think. I mean, even though it was a recessive a recessive trait, it doesn't necessarily mean it came from white people,
Yeah.
because I mean white
Yeah,
Yeah.
people
We.
that's true.
got blue eyes from black people. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's where we get
Yeah,
Everything came from us. So yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
So let
yeah.
me. So you tell me you said your mom was married before Ernest Singleton?
I don't ever recall telling you that.
Was she? Do you know anything about that?
No, actually, I don't. I just know. All I know is I don't think my mom and my dad was married when she had Herman and Ernest, because they got the last name King. They got her maiden name, and I have Singleton. So I'm still confused about that. To be honest with you, at 63 years old, I
Mm,
don't even know.
mm. So, I mean, the point of this show today is I'm really trying to extract knowledge that can be documented that I can come back and look at later and use to look up more information. Because yesterday's
Yeah,
show,
we might end up having to look up some shit together.
we
Cause
will. This will help us
yeah,
if you can remember names and places. That'll help a lot. So tell me more
hmm
about the house. The house, fifth floor, shotgun house, by the.
yeah, it was like about, let me see, one, two, three, three on one side, three on the other side. It was an alley,
So
and
that.
you call it Leona Alley, and it was row houses, little shotgun
I know
wood frame
exactly.
row houses
Like
with
Third Ward
porches.
is full of them still. So
Yeah.
what that had to do with segregation, right? So what do you know about that? And like the other side of the tracks was it poor
Well,
people on the other side of the tracks?
yo, daddy's people was on the other side of the tracks. You know what I'm saying? When I would go visit them, they all lived in nice houses in nice neighborhoods, had money, they had good food. So I loved it in the summer. I'd get to go spend 2 weeks with the other side of the track. You see what I'm saying? I loved going because, it was like people was living normal. We were very poor. Yeah, we
And,
were very poor.
and to
But
this day,
we always had lights, water, gas, little food. Stepmother couldn't cook, so I ate a lot of macaroni and cheese.
yeah.
Yeah.
So and like to this day, it's like my daddy's side of the family is more affluent, than my
Yes.
mom's side.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes.
And my cousins on your side, they all not all of them, but they
Yeah.
more on they more on
Yeah.
the struggle tree.
My mama's family's on this side of the track, and my daddy's family was from the other side of the track.
Mm. So wait, but what about segregation? So because okay, you got black people on both sides of the railroad tracks. Where are the white people at?
What white people? I hadn't Only white people I would see was Santa Claus that would come the through the alley at Christmas time. I
Mm.
didn't see no white people.
I
Where
didn't know
the
that.
where the drunk white Santa Claus that would come through. He wasn't bringing no presents, but he was coming through ringing his bell with his white Santa Claus suit on, I guess to make the little black kids happy,
Mm.
you
What
know.
a lot of Houston, like within the last 30 years, 30, 40 years, was not the Houston that we know today. Like they were
Mm-mm.
still buying up different towns around the Houston area to make it. So is that a part of
Yeah, that's what my
um
question is. So where did the what like okay, so you said you only knew black people. So where did the black like the whole fifth ward was just black people or whatever? Like
Yeah, I mean it was nasty. It was stinky. When you walk home from school, you had to walk past bars on the sidewalk, walk right past the sticky bars with pee and spit, and we had to walk past that every day to get home. It was horrible. It was nasty. And then we had to walk down a railroad track, and it was awful.
What
It
about
was it was bad.
what about like country areas? Because I know that they still have some places where there's horses and stuff like that. How relevant was that?
Yeah.
Was there a lot of it then back then?
Huh?
I think his question is: were there a lot of ranches? We know because we still got horses in Fifth Ward. They ride it down the street. We talked about that at the beginning of the show. But I think his question is like were there ranches? Were there farms?
No, it was just it was the good time street with a bunch of clubs and people partying and drinking and being drunk. And you remember, I don't know, you ever heard they call Fifth Ward cut and shoot?
I've heard of that.
You ever heard them call Fifth Ward cut and shoot?
I,
It was
I've
a
I've heard that
cutting
term.
or a shooting every weekend.
Mm,
And the mortuary was right there on Lowndes Avenue too. That's where everybody's funeral was.
mm,
That one mortuary. Every weekend, somebody was getting cut, somebody was getting shot.
mm.
And that's where Herman and Ernest was hanging out at. That's why they got took. And my auntie took them. Because they was all in the pool hall as kids, cutting school and going to the pool house, shooting pool with grown men.
And that's interesting. Let's talk about that a bit because Ernest and Herman went in two different directions. Ernest ended up
Yeah, they
being an
did.
FBI agent, and Herman ended up being in and out of prison.
Right. One worked for the police and one make the police work.
So,
Yeah.
what's the dynamic with that? What do you think led to that? How do you think that happened?
Man, I don't know. I really don't know. I've been trying to figure that out all my life. Right now, today, we don't know what Herman is. We don't know if he's alive or dead. I
Is
don't know
that
what
the F,
happened.
that's the FBI agent?
No, that's the other one.
The
Oh, okay.
criminal,
That
the
that
the habitual convict. That's what they got him labeled as.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Uncle Ernest is totally different. He's always around. He's over there at their house all the time. He's like one of their
Yeah, he
party
come every
buddies.
weekend now. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. So he
he's
retired now,
retired
right?
now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's retired. Yeah,
He still carry his pistol, don't he?
every 24/7.
Yeah. Those people who are trained like that, it's just like it's always there. And you wouldn't even notice it. He doesn't, it's not out like how like in Texas, people like to walk around with their gun all like,
No, you wouldn't know that he got it.
yeah,
You wouldn't even know.
you won't see his pistol.
Yeah. You don't see mine either.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you ain't.
but not everybody goes through the whole concealed weapons, you know, training and
Training.
testing. Yeah.
Right,
Uh,
right.
I'm trying to think of questions. I did an interview with you one time. I don't know if you remember because I had to do it for a class, and I had a
Yeah,
tape.
we sat in the car and did that. I remember.
I found the tape recorder, and I don't know what happened to the audio. It's either somehow got deleted, or I just don't know how to
Oh
pull it.
man.
I swear to God. And we talked about some really, really good stuff. And
Yeah, I was very talkative and full of Budweiser that day.
Man, and I appreciated it so much. And my plan was to go back and listen to that shit. And somehow it's lost. I wanted to pull it up today and play some of it to kind of jog your memory and maybe get you to talking. But
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. So, but do you remember any of the stuff we talked about? What do you want to share? Can you share something with the people?
You put me
Because
on. You
I
put
don't
me
want
on.
I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. But the thing is that, as Black folks here in America, we have gone through some things, but we persevere. You here now. You sound great. You're here right now, and you're able to share with me stuff that you have gained over time, knowledge that you have gained. And what I'm saying is, like, through all the pain, persevere, all of the tragedies, that you went through in your life, you raised two beautiful children, they,
I did do that. I did do that.
so, but look, let's talk about that. So, like, you couldn't have any more children after us, like, and like, so, like, I mean, it's so much that you could tell. Can you share anything? What do you want to share? Because
Well, I'm
I
glad to
want to. I
have
want to
had.
know. I'm sorry. Because I mean, you can share what you like, but I was like, I want to know what Chaka was like at at an early age. I ain't gonna lie. Like
He was
he
weird, just like he is now. He was weird, just like he is now.
she would always say, "My baby's special. He just special." She say that all the time, and
no
yeah, so yeah.
no stories of him when he was in his
Well, I remember one
preteens
time,
or
it
teens.
was funny. We used to fish a lot. Well, it wasn't funny at the time, but we used to go fishing a lot and crabbing. And Chaka was, I don't know, Chaka must have been about 8, maybe 9. I'm not quite sure. And he used to wade. He had no fear of the water. He would wade up to his chest out there to go get the crab, you know. And one day he saw something in that damn water, and the boy went speechless. Wasn't no sound coming out his mouth, nothing. He was just scared. And I'm like, what the hell did he see? Chaka, what did you see?
I
Chaka?
think you mixing up the story because it was in
No,
the
I ain't talking about the story at the house.
okay, so that's a
That's
separate
a
story.
totally different story at the house. You saw something.
He started
So what did you see in
start
the
walking
water,
on
man?
water.
I can't. The whole memory is gone. I'm just like you. Like, I have that about me where, because I have had some really traumatic events in my life that has happened as an adult, and I have wiped some of those I have to dig to get those memories back.
Yeah.
So
Well, intelligent people actually, that's you gain so much memory, like your brain holds. It's just like a computer. Your brain only holds so much information, so it clears out so much. Starts to clear out information in order
It
to
clears out
retain.
the unwanted information.
right, you forget the stuff you want to forget, the stuff that you don't want to remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
The stuff that may not be quite as important to you. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Yeah.
so let me tell you though, I don't know if this will get you to talking, but because I remember crawfishing
Oh
and
yeah.
big old you throw all the crawfish in the bathtub. Who knows where the crawfish came from?
Yeah.
Talk about that. And
Oh
let me tell
man.
you this. I remember, this is one thing I remember about my mom that always I come back to is washing clothes in like the bathtub or whatever. You know, the washboard. Y'all know the old washboards where you
Yes.
actually rub the clothes along the washboard.
Yes.
And that's how you wash your clothes. And also making ice cream from the churning, the
Yes.
fucking, you put the ice and what was it, salt, you
And
put
the
in there,
rock salt.
and you keep turning it and turning it and turning it until it. So tell me
Yes.
about any of that stuff, because
I got that from my grandmother. My grandmother did. that took care of me after Mama died. She made ice cream. I remember that she made ice cream, and then that's where I got that from.
And
Yeah.
and the crawfish, how you learn how to deal with the crawfish and stuff like that.
Oh man, trying to survive for one. Hell, crawfish was food.
Right.
Yeah, and you get all them crawfish and you put them crawfish in the bathtub and run that water, keep running that water and rinse them real good. And you put some more clean water in there and you put some salt in there and let them crawfish spit out all that old nasty water. And then you keep rinsing them till that water come clean. And then you say, I'm ready for you, my little pretties.
Because a lot of people don't understand, like growing up poor, and then people in Louisiana, other parts, they would go and catch food and go and get food from
That's right.
random places, not the grocery store.
Right.
And bring that stuff home and make it into something that you could eat.
That's right.
A lot of times it was seafood like crabs and so forth and so on, because you could
Yeah.
just spend a couple of dollars for some bait, some neck bones or
Yes.
whatever, and then
Yes.
catch enough crabs and stuff to come home and make some gumbo and all that
That's
shit.
right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
And I think that knowledge is valuable because, like I say, a lot of people to this day, they don't know how to survive. If the grocery store is closed, a lot of people gonna starve.
Oh man, we got a food shortage right now. I can't go to Family Dollar and find nothing no more. They're making me buy shit I don't even want because they don't have what I want. You know?
Yeah, it's sad. The state of affairs is very sad. So you talked about, well, let me say some names. You talked about Grandpa William Bill Foley. You talked about Grandma Lucille Riley. We talked about
Right.
Ernest Singleton. Did you say your grandma's name?
Mary Satchery.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think I told you her first name. And she was married to Arthur Satchery. Arthur Singleton, I mean. And they had my dad and three other girls. Yeah. And two brothers.
Well, let's do it like this. Tell us a story of, how you became who you are. Like, what I mean is the stuff that you went through is what make you who you are. So what are some of those events that had the most impact on you in your life that made you who you are today?
I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay. So I'm trying to dig without going too far. What are you comfortable? Yeah, go ahead, Pat. You got better questions?
Well, I don't know, maybe not, but no, I was gonna ask because like for my mom growing up, they had a fair that they used to go to every year, and it was actually in Franklinton. Like, what was some of the things that like growing up, like did they have any kind of festivals? I know over in like near what's that, St. Martinville, and what's the one where the
The Crawfish
crawfish
Festival?
yeah,
Crawfish Festival? You
we
talking about the
used to go
Crawfish
to it.
Festival?
Yeah, was it Bro Bridge?
Yes. Oh, yes. I've been to it several times, but in adulthood.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
They didn't have anything around Lafayette that like a certain, like any kind of festival
Like I
that they.
say, I don't have many memories from when I was young. Cause like I say, I blocked out a bunch of stuff after my mom passed. It's like I just went blank and just went through life and don't have many memories of that at all.
Well, I always tell people that I have family like relatives in Opelousas. And I don't know nothing about Opelousas. Can you talk about Opelousas?
I can't tell you nothing about Opelousas. I really can't. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, we got people from DeQuincy. I can tell you about people in DeQuincy. They live in little houses. You got to go a mile to go to the store.
Hmm.
You know.
So what other places? Because that's very valuable knowledge. Like I say, when people, I say my mom's people are from Lake Charles and Opelousas. So what else?
DeRidder. My daddy was from DeRidder.
I got a friend from the Ritter.
We still got people there, but they are the younger version of my family. You know, and I don't even know them. All the old people gone.
Yeah.
All the old people are gone. Just like Gerald is gone in Lake Charles, it's like everybody gone. I don't even have no reason to want to jump and run and go to Lake Charles no more.
Not even go
All
to
the old people
casino.
gone.
She'll go to the casino.
Oh Lord, don't you mention the casino. I love the casino.
My mom loves the casino. Every chance I get,
But
I go.
the
I try to go
pandemic,
hang out with her.
the pandemic took that out of my system.
Yeah, we've been
Yes.
since.
Yes, gonna have to do that.
Well, what about my dad's people? Because I don't know much. They say my dad. He said he was born in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
So tell me more. Do you know anything
That's
about?
all I know, man.
They moved to Texas when he was 3.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he had, Daddy was born with emphysema and asthma. He was sickly. So they moved here to Texas for the better weather for his health.
Oh, see, I did not know that. I knew he was sickly. He would always tell me that he was a sickly kid, kind of like me.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I was about to tell Pat. I got the stories. You was asking about stories about Chaka when he was younger. I got the stories.
Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
But mom can tell you how he was sickly and he had a super finicky appetite.
Yes, he didn't want to eat. Then I took him to the doctor. The doctor told me to leave him alone. He said he'll eat when he get ready to eat. And then
That's funny. Wait. I didn't really know that. I ain't gonna lie. You know that I had that same problem with Anaya when she was going through a certain age, and Kenzie went through the same thing. Like literally had to force these kids to eat. It got to the point I thought Anaya was, was gonna get sick, like something was gonna happen because she wouldn't eat. I got so scared.
Yeah, you was like that too. You was like that too. Like I say, the doctor said leave him alone. Say when he get hungry, he'll eat.
Well, I had to force once I got started. Anaya grew out of it, so she eats she eats now, and Kenzie is like that too. She grew out of it now, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anaya though, she had some good soul food to bring her out of it though. You know what I'm saying? She got exposed to that yum from her teacher's cooking. And she was like, I think I like vegetables now. Like the green beans.
Yeah, she would not eat no vegetables. She still eat a steak rare.
And she know how to eat a steak. Shoot.
Yeah. And so wait, well, I want to go back to Mama. So like you had 2 small children, damn near twins. At least one of them is sickly as hell. And
both of y'all.
And you dealing with this. So to talk about that.
Oh my God, I lost my damn mind. Shit,
Literally.
y'all, it was rough, man. I had 2 kids, one in each bedroom. I'm running back and forth. Y'all had asthma, eczema. I don't know what you had. You would break out all between your fingers and tell people to stop breathing on you.
Yeah, you
Y'all,
breathing on me.
you breathing on me. Like, Lord, what's wrong with my child?
Germaphobe.
To
When
this,
he got sick, it was just like he was already hot and like uncomfortable and like sweaty or whatever, and then warm breath on top of that is torture. So he was always very sensitive, like to the skin and to the touch and things like that. So all that and together, he was just like, I don't know how to express myself, but I just know you breathing on me, and I don't like it.
to this day, I don't like it. And I remember having really high fevers a lot, and
Mhm.
everything I touched felt bumpy. Like,
Mhm.
and y'all
Yeah,
remember me saying that? I would be
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
everything feels bumpy. Like it's a smooth surface felt bumpy to me. Like,
Yep. And you would produce so much saliva. This nigga would be spitting and all kinds of stuff. Just got tissue paper, you got cups, just
We
full.
never did find out what was wrong.
um, and I pay very attention to a lot of attention to my health and what I eat and stuff like that. Like I'm super sensitive to anything having to do with and that's why I know so much about what's in the pills and stuff, like the over-the-counter drugs and stuff. And because I remember as a kid, I used to sit in the bed when I pooped. I would read the label of everything that was under the sink.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
You got that from me.
Yeah,
You had to get that from me. I
I
read the labels of everything.
everything. Like I tell people about acetaminophen and ibuprofen and all that. To this day, a lot of people don't really understand that stuff. Like it's really simple: Tylenol, aspirin, and like they're different. And you need to know. You need to know that one thins your blood, one fights infection. You know what I'm saying? You need to
Information, yeah.
Yeah, you need to know what ibuprofen is. You need to know what acetaminophen is. You need to know what aspirin is.
Yeah, I'm more of a natural medicine type of person.
Well, you still need to know that information. That information is valuable as fuck.
No, I get it. I mean, that's not usually my choice of things, Tylenol, aspirin, and stuff like that. Even though, like, I know that it can be helpful for certain things, but you probably can find something that's natural that does the same thing.
An
Chocolate,
alternative.
So,
chocolate
Mom,
never. Hmm.
go ahead. Go ahead. But
No,
I
I
was
was
gonna
gonna
ask
say,
her a question because I remember pictures of you with a big, beautiful afro. So
Yeah.
what was
I
that had
was
to do with like?
pregnant with Alifa.
Okay. So what
I was
about like
pregnant with Alifa.
the civil rights movement, Black Panther Party, all that stuff was happening? What tell me, how did that affect your
Well,
life
that
or
was
anything?
actually before my time. That was
yeah, she
actually
was only
before my
about 10
time.
or 11 years old during that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was born in 58.
Okay. So tell me, I mean, but I don't know
Because
what the
I was 10 when Martin Luther King Jr. got assassinated.
okay. Do you remember that
Like,
day?
I do remember that because we was in school. Well,
Okay.
I was
Tell
at school.
tell us
But
more.
I didn't know anything about Martin Luther King. I only learned about Martin Luther King when he got assassinated.
Right. So you was at school and what happened? They canceled school, tell everybody go home. MLK died. What happened?
I'm trying to remember. I
Yeah,
don't
they
even
didn't make him
know.
into they didn't make him into like a hero until like the 80s.
Yeah, they didn't like that dude
Right.
when he was alive. And I say that all the time. People don't understand that. They all like, oh, white people be like MLK this, MLK that. Nigga, you did not like that nigga when he was alive. You like him a lot better dead.
Yeah, he started asking for the money. Shoes.
Yeah, I think that's what did it. So you don't remember like that event and like like what happened that day? You said they count. Did they tell you to go home? What happened?
No, they kept us in school and things was quiet, and they turned the TV on. Of course, it was in black and white, and shit,
They
I
probably
left.
they probably made a bigger
It,
deal out of JFK than Martin
I'm
Luther
sure.
King.
I'm sure.
yeah, they did. Yeah, they
Just
did. All I remember is we had pictures of them on the wall at home.
Of who?
Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. It was and Robert F. Kennedy.
Mm.
It's a
Everybody,
picture with all three of them on it.
people forget about Robert F. Kennedy. They killed him too.
You're right.
So, what about okay? So, do you remember when JFK was assassinated and where you were then?
No, I don't, because it didn't happen much longer after that.
Mm. Oh yeah, that all rolled around the same time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all happening around the same time. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So when we study history, we study it in pieces, and a lot of times that timeline kind of gets lost. You know what I mean? Because we'll
Yeah.
study MLK and then we'll study JFK. And then like the time frame and the connection and all of that kind of gets lost because we were just looking at it. We didn't look at it, all together.
Alifa, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Oh,
Alifa,
okay.
Alifa, can you ask us some questions? Because I'm trying to get her to talk and it's not working.
Well, you just figured that out after all this time?
It's a struggle.
I was sitting here thinking of racking my brain on, what I can ask her about. I can definitely, there are things from our childhood I can ask about. Like, I was thinking of her telling the story of how we had geese.
Oh, no, we had ducks.
Ducks.
We had ducks. We digged a pond hole for them in the backyard, put water in it, which turned to nothing but mud, and they loved that shit. And they used to go and lay the eggs under the house. And every day I would have to crawl under the house to get the egg.
Did we eat the
But
eggs?
yeah, we ate them. Sometimes we
Oh, okay.
got double eggs, double yolk eggs. That's
Wow.
why we had them for the eggs. But
Were they
eventually
aggressive?
they started missing one by one. I don't know if the Mexicans were stealing them. Well, there wasn't really Mexicans around there at that time. But one by one, they came up missing, and one day we didn't have no more ducks.
Were they aggressive at all?
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Did
And
y'all
that was
ever eat them like the ducks
No,
themselves?
no, we never ate them. We just ate the eggs.
how
How is
old were
that?
we?
How old was who?
How
Well,
old
no,
were we?
okay.
Was
Pat, what
I?
was your question?
No,
No, I was gonna ask how was the duck eggs? Like how did it taste? Like I've never had duck
Oh
eggs.
man, they better than regular chicken eggs, and they bigger. Oh
I knew they
yeah,
were bigger. Yeah.
yeah. It tastes better than regular eggs. The yolk is real orange, like.
hmm I'm sorry, Alifa. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just, we was asking at the same time. But
yeah, no problem. How old were Chaka and I?
Y'all had to be.
It was
Y'all
on
had
Oak
to be
Knoll, right?
about 3 and 4 years old.
Yeah. We were on Oak Knoll?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about our grandfather
Which one?
on my dad's side.
Oh, I loved him. Lonnie. I
Yeah.
love Lonnie. Lonnie was a truck driver. He drove trucks for years for the mail, the U.S. mail, and they messed him out of his retirement just before he got to retire. They fired him, and I don't know what that was about. But after he stopped driving for the postal service, they moved back to where is
Riverside.
it? Riverside. Yeah,
Yeah. When they lived on Elysian, and were over there regularly, and we played dominoes and stuff.
yeah. That's where y'all learned to play dominoes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that very well. And I totally
Yeah,
remember, and I remember when Grandpa moved to the country, because then it was sad because we was always over there at their house
every weekend, every weekend.
until they moved, and then we had to drive all the way to the country to see him, so we saw him a lot less.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And all the kids, we used to walk to the corner store
yeah,
in a mob.
Because kind of got to. Uh,
yep. I used to let y'all drink uh what's that fruity?
Bartles and James.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the Bartles and
and
James.
on Christmas you had the hell you call that shit?
Monty.
No. Christmas, the milk. What the hell is that shit? When you mix it with
Eggnog.
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 eggnog. Yeah, I
I'm
turned y'all
thinking.
into alcoholics.
Well, no, because Daddy on we always had champagne on New Year's Eve or wine or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so because I wouldn't call her not. Alifa is definitely not an alcoholic, and
Yeah, that was true.
I think at some point maybe I was, but I don't even really drink. I hardly ever drink, so
Yeah,
that I don't think that's true. So
I got go ahead.
go ahead. Tell me about Miss Lodi, chicken feet, voodoo.
You
Oh
mean Iona?
Lord,
Who
Ooh.
I might say the wrong name.
you
I might
said her name right, Lodi.
okay.
I call her Miss Lodi because I never want to call her Mama. We had a meeting, me, Herman, and Ernest, and Alifa all had a meeting.
You
What we
mean
gonna call
Hazel?
her? I mean Hazel. We had a meeting, and I'm like, I'm not calling her Mama. I didn't want to be calling nobody Mama.
And
So all the way up until she died, she was Miss Lodi.
and again, that's a connection to my daughter because I don't like, and I've when she was young, and I've I like Brittany, Kenzie's mom,
Uh-huh.
and she wanted Anaya to kind of call her mom or whatever, but I never felt comfortable with that, and so I know
Yeah.
I did say the wrong name because I'm thinking of the lady who lived down the street.
Iona.
Iona.
Oh, you talking about my godmother?
That's who I was thinking of because I remember one time my daddy was sick and he went to her house and she made him chicken feet soup.
Yeah,
Yep.
anytime he was sick or she was sick, if she was feeling unwell, then she would call Daddy, and Daddy would bring her over some chicken feet, and she would make the chicken feet soup.
The actual claws. The
Actual,
Yeah,
that,
the
that was
actual
it.
chicken feet.
yeah,
Yeah,
the actual
whole
foot,
foot.
the whole foot.
Was there like a meaning for it? But because you said when he was sick, it wasn't like just something that they would do.
No, it was only when you're sick because you're so,
Yeah,
it's supposed to make you get better.
yeah.
But the reason why I
It
mentioned
was a
that is
healing dish.
right. It's a healing dish. So the reason why I mentioned that is because I think that goes back to old ancient like
It's healing.
natural and maybe
Well,
related to
you know
voodoo.
our owner was
It's
from
voodoo.
Louisiana, and
I know that's what I'm trying to say. And the whole thing with the voodoo thing, the Haitians, Louisiana, and I mean, we call it voodoo, but that's not really what it is. But that's just the name I'm using so y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's hoodoo.
So mom, what about that though? With the chicken feed,
I
chicken
don't know
soup?
nothing. I don't know nothing about no damn hoodoo. And I do remember her making the soup with the chicken feet, but that was just a chicken soup. to her.
Right.
Grandma used to make a concoction with like onions and
And
peppers,
garlic and
garlic, yeah, and lemon and honey and
um,
stuff.
oh
That's
my
rooted in.
God! And she would make you take that stuff.
It was disgusting, but that's rooted in hoodoo, though.
Well,
See?
that's the crazy thing that a lot of people don't realize is that, like just the idea of making a soup with different, just different vegetables and stuff in it would have been considered like when the Europeans come in, that was using hoodoo because like or voodoo, voodoo or whatever, however, you know, they may pronounce it or say it, but just mixing different things to be able to get a reaction, like to, like making soup for somebody to feel better. That
Right.
was that was a witch's brew to some people.
And how much did it have to do with the heart? Because what I always be saying, and this is what I know for sure. This is what I know for sure because I cook a lot. I'm a great cook. Anaya Alifa is a great cook. We both are very good at cooking. So,
Yep.
but the heart, this is what I know for sure. When I make something and my mind isn't there, my heart isn't there, I'm not making it with love. That's what I want to say. When you make it with love, that changes the flavor of the freaking food. Because I know this for a fact. Because when I'm not in a good mood and I cook, the food doesn't come out as well.
It's
Intention,
intentions.
exactly.
Hmm. You
Yeah.
can speak intentions over anything. I mean, it's been so many different scientific studies as far as speaking intention over water,
Hmm.
where you speak all of these wonderful things to water and tell it you love it and stuff. And under
Hmm.
a microscope, it looks different than water that you speak negatively to, say, I hate you and all this other stuff. It looks completely
Exactly.
different under a microscope because the intention that you spoke over it or into it.
Yeah, I got really deep into that at one time because it's so
Yep.
fascinating. So a guy did an experiment where he would do the intention over the water, then he would freeze it, and
Hmm.
then the crystals would form differently. You
Hmm.
know,
Well, the mind, and it's all really your mind and the frequency that you're letting off because of the words mean something, but at the same time, it's the frequency that you're putting into whatever it is, and it can give that imbalance or purity just based on your mind power that you're using throughout that process.
And that's how my mom is about my food. Like, somebody could have like the best dishes in the world or whatever, but if I make it, she's like, it doesn't taste like, their food doesn't taste like when you make it. It's just something about your food. Your food is so much better. It's because of the love that it's made with.
made with love.
Yep.
Right, Ma?
Exactly. Exactly.
She'd be like, it just don't taste like yours.
Yeah, and there's plenty of dishes that you make, Alifa, that I wish I could make. Uh, well, let me try to think of an example. I suck at making beans. Uh, I don't do oxtails very well.
I throw
Uh,
down beans and oxtail.
yeah, you
For
know,
sure.
I'm
For
I'm weak.
sure.
I'm weak in those areas. You
And
know.
she could throw some stuff together, boy. She could throw some stuff together. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's the thing about me and Alifa are like that, but I think Alifa has it better where she can make something out of nothing, like literally.
Hell yeah, shit.
They don't, yeah, because you go in the kitchen, you go and look in the refrigerator, and people be like, "It ain't shit in here." So Alifa go in there, she be like, "Psh, I got enough for everybody to eat,
For real, we go eat good too. Shit.
and it's gonna taste good as fuck."
That comes from, being young and cooking. I've been cooking forever. You know what I'm saying? And before I was cooking for the family, I was cooking for the hood. It was me and Chaka and about 4 or 5 close friends that would come over to the house. You know what I'm saying? Damn near every day we had cliques. You know what I'm saying? We had a clique that would come over and chill with us every day and shit. I was cooking for them. We cooked the hell out of some spaghetti. Remember, Chaka? We was always cooking spaghetti for niggas.
That's
We
why.
used to
Look,
have,
look,
chicken
look.
fajita.
Anaya asked. She been begging me to make spaghetti. I will not make it. It's because I'm so fucking sick of fucking spaghetti. Daddy used to make spaghetti all the fucking time. Ask Anaya next time you talk to her. She been begging me to make spaghetti, and I
Make that girl some spaghetti.
I
just
made
That's
my
one.
baby some
That's
spaghetti.
one of my go-tos too. But
So shout out to
I'm
Doc.
kind of like Khalifa. I can kind of come up. I create
Make
stuff.
it happen. Make it happen.
Or,
So shout out to Doc. This guy with the comment right here. I used to work with him at the restaurant. Cool fellow, really smart. He read a lot of books. So that's what we used to talk about, books, because I read a lot. So me and him would talk about books at work. So he get his comment is, this is why the words I am are very powerful, because what follows is your declaration of energy to the universe.
I agree wholeheartedly, man. Me and my
and its
son, we go
response.
head up. Me and my son go head up about this because he's always saying, dumb shit like, the universe hates me and, shit like that. And we were talking about a movie or something like that. And he was like, yeah, if I go out, I want to go out in a hail of bullets. I'm like, boy, if you don't shut your fucking mouth, you know what I'm saying? The things that your words have power. They have so much power. And whether or not you think it's the joke, the universe don't know it's the joke. You know what I'm saying? So what you're putting out there is gonna come back to you. And he's like, Mom, it's not that serious. And whenever I say just keep living, son, is like, man, I hate it when you invalidate the way that I feel and my opinions and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, bro, I can't win for losing. All I can say is keep living, man.
Your imitation of him is killing me because it's so close to what he really sounds like.
And he hates it when I do the impression of him too.
Damn. and I get what you're saying, because that kind of shit makes me mad too. When people be talking about, oh, it's not a big deal. Yes, it is a big deal.
Absolutely.
Every word really matters.
I tell them the power of life and death is in the tongue.
I mean, shoot, in the beginning there was the word.
And that's how the Bible starts, right? The Bible starts with that. It's the first lines of the Bible, and that's why I always go back to that. It's like, and God said, "Let there be light," and it was good.
This is very, very true. And how, he gave us man the power over animals by us first naming them, and then breathing life into them. So that's what I tell my son. I'm like, breathe life into yourself, not death. You know what I'm saying? Don't call death into you in your surroundings and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Breathe life. I tell him every time we get off the phone, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Love yourself. He be like, I do, Mom. No, love yourself, son. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very important.
Like really truthfully love yourself.
Yeah.
Not an imitation, not pretending. No. And that's why me up here without my teeth, y'all see, I'm missing my teeth. You know what? My teeth missing. Guess what? I still love myself. I'm still beautiful. God made me perfect.
Absolutely. We are all made perfectly in an imperfect world.
So Doc says the law of attraction is real. The universe responds with energy, and it returns the energy you put out, good or bad.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That the response. That's what I said, because based on what was said a minute ago, it's like what what you say. It depends on what you say, but then it also that's because of the you also get a response from the universe based on what you put out there. So, but yeah, I believe.
Absolutely. Hey guys, I don't want to interrupt you or anything like that, but I want to make sure Mom's good. Ma, you ready to get off or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not ready.
Well, give us a story at the end. Give us a goodbye. What I do to a lot of people, because I haven't interviewed you, this is the first time. I always ask people, what can you give that can help someone? Like, what I mean is everyone goes through things in their life, and they learn things. And these things aren't learned by everyone because your experiences are different. What do you have for the people? What can you share with them that they could take away, that'll help them in their life? Anything. Like,
Don't sweat the bullshit. Don't sweat the bullshit.
In other words, if it's not gonna matter in 5 weeks, 5 days, 5 months, 5 years from now, you know what I'm saying? Let that shit fly.
Well,
Exactly.
and I think around that, I would say, like, I mean, really, life is a lot about perspective. So, I mean, you can shift a lot of what you're going through. You can see it on the negative side, because I mean, even throughout the bad, you're still learning something. So, I mean, learn how to make that shift where you can, even when you are going through some BS, try to find the other side of it.
Exactly. Exactly.
next time, I'm gonna buy a bottle of tequila, and I'm gonna bring it to your house.
I won't shut up then.
And I'm gonna ask you these tough questions again. Maybe I can get some more on shit.
Y'all gonna have to do that one without me.
When I'm in Houston, I'm gonna have to come by and see, because I didn't get to see anybody, Miss Mom or
Yeah. I just didn't want to be seen because I'm looking raggedy.
Well, I got some pictures. Hold on, let me show. I got. Alicia,
You got
did you
some
see?
pictures of me?
Well, I got this one. This is the one I got plenty more, but this is because I didn't have much
Can
time.
y'all see that one?
Yeah, she was about 40 years old on that picture. Maybe 41.
And I always say my dad, like my mom was all the way out of my dad's league. I don't know how he got her. I don't know how it happened.
Hey,
he had a mouthpiece. He had a mouthpiece.
I'm finna tell you how, and it's unfortunate. Grooming is how. Because mama was 18. Daddy was 20. So unfortunately, grooming is how he got her.
Yeah, he was 26.
Yeah.
Well, that much older.
I'm finna say, Brittany is 10. Kenzie's mama is exactly 10 years younger than me.
But she was 20 something when you met her. She wasn't no teenager.
She was like 22.
She still wasn't no teenager. Mama was a literal teenager.
19 is grown.
I said 18.
Yeah, I was 20 when I had you, Chuck.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the time during that time because
I was trying to get away from home. I was just trying to get away from home. Jumped out the damn pan into the damn fire.
And that is why I say it was grooming. A much older man, with a much more stable life, found a teenager and said, you come and be with me and I'll make everything okay.
What's the age difference between you and your guy?
Who?
You.
Me, myself? My children's father and I are about 11 months apart. We ain't been together in 20-some years, though.
Y'all have been?
We have not been together in 20 years.
And Leafa,
there's supposed to be an age difference between.
I think so too. I think that in Islam they say your wife is supposed to be 7 years younger than you, and like they got a whole fucking thing in Islam. Alifa, did you see this picture right here?
No, that's grandma and her last husband, Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to be in a position to lead. Like, I mean, somebody, a man and woman the same age. I mean, have the same knowledge.
This is true, but the thing about that is the mind isn't fully developed, until you're literally 24, 25 years old.
But so, I gotta push back on that too with Pat, because everybody knows women develop mentally way faster than men do.
And that's why they would be younger.
Nah, but when you really think about it, the psychology of it, when you're that much older, You know what I'm saying? And it's that age, like in the teens or whatever, it's cool for it to be, 20s and 30s, 20s and 40s. You know what I'm saying? A 21-year-old and a 40-year-old. I don't care. But when it comes to being like a teenager, literally, you're still a child. You know what I'm saying? So that man is still mentally one, two, three, four up on her already.
Yeah.
And in that situation, there's a molding that happens where this man is going to take this young female who doesn't have a full capacity in her mind yet and mold him to the way that he wants her to be versus allowing her to mature organically and becoming the person that she's supposed to be so she can have her right
Exactly.
mind to make those
Exactly.
decisions.
I
No,
also feel like
I get it.
I'm gonna back you up, Lefa, because one part of that is like people. What I noticed is like victims tend to be victimized. What I'm trying to say is like someone who had been like, let's say, sexually abused as a child, and as they grow up, it seems like they are a target for people who to abuse them sexually. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like the
Yeah.
pedophiles somehow know which ones to mess with, the ones that's already been messed with. If
Yep.
that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely does. That's why I feel like, you need to be as a young lady, you need to be at an age where you've already had your own experiences. You know what I'm saying? You already taken your own journey versus leaving your mama house and going to right to your husband's house. So now you didn't ever get the opportunity to be an individual. You went from being somebody's child to somebody's wife.
And but but
Exactly.
but but wait, I gotta flip on the other side too
Yeah, I would
because
say there's
back.
pushback on that too because
Yeah,
I
let me
mean,
push back because as you go back in time, and in not that long ago, it was very, very common
that's
for older men and young, even much younger than mom was, and it was very, very, very common, and not looked down upon as far as like saying this guy was a pedophile. That's just the way things were then.
Yeah, but
yeah.
you can say the same thing about fucking slavery. Can you not? It was very, very widely accepted. There was nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had slaves, so that's just how it was at that time. That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, you really. I mean, I guess I didn't say it right. Go ahead, Pat,
Well, no, I mean because
because she
the
she
the the,
smashed
the
my
pro,
argument.
well the reason why I
Oh,
mean because I mean
smash.
moving, it should be more so that moving from mama's house to being a wife because there's a you know for a woman, and especially if she has too many experiences, you know that leaves it a space where she ends up being insatiable. Like
What
if
type of
you
experiences are you talking about?
sexual.
Okay, I
So
wasn't.
if you say,
I didn't
because I
have
mean,
sex. I didn't speak sex anywhere into the situation.
well,
I
no,
just said
what I'm saying is,
experience.
but that's one of those things that is involved in marriage, whereas those who end up having more experiences, they end up not being able to be satisfied with one person. You
Right, but the
know,
problem with that whole argument is sex wasn't nowhere in what I was talking about. When I say experiences, I mean living life. I mean doing things on your own. Say maybe having a job and earning your own income and knowing inside yourself that, hey, now I know how to make money. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to depend on anybody to make money. Having experiences like maybe driving or traveling or simple things like shit, going fishing. You know what I'm saying?
no, I
Just
get that,
as
but
an individual, because you can't, if you don't have the ability and chance to develop your individuality, how are you going to do that for your child?
well, yeah, I mean, and I guess that could happen in any situation if if someone is overbearing and is trying to mostly have full control over a person. Yeah, no, I can see that, and I mean that happens to women that's even in their 30s, that may not fully develop, still. So, I mean, I think for the most part, it works out better that the man is older, you know, Even, I'm gonna tell you, my great grandmother was 14 when she married.
That's sad.
Well, I
Your
mean, of
body
course,
ain't your
but there
body
was
ain't even
also it was also a
your body
different
ain't even
time.
developed at 14.
Oh well, yeah, she was taking care of kids. Like if you think about it, I mean, especially
I
when
said
there
your
were big
body.
families.
Think about it. Her body at 14 years old. She wasn't ready to carry no kids at 14.
Well, true.
She don't even know what it was to be a teenager, let alone a mother at
Well,
14.
but that's the thing. They were being taught to be wives from an early age. Then we wait
That
until
doesn't make it
they're
okay. When did
20.
she have the opportunity to be a kid?
Well, that's the thing. That's when they were coming of age during that time. That like we're talking about different
That
times.
doesn't make
Like
it okay. That's fucked up. That's if you think about it,
she
think
was a
about
very
having a
happy person. She was a
I
very
feel you.
happy person.
I feel you. But as a grown man, an individual American or whatever, think about having a 14-year-old child. Would you be whoopity do about her getting married and having kids at 15 and 16?
Well, it's
Would that be
not
something
not
that
not
you be
during this. Well, it was if it was a
period? No, no, no,
common
no, no,
during
no.
the
Don't
time.
put no extra stipulations on it or nothing. Period. Your 14-year-old child come home and say, Daddy, I done got married, I'm pregnant, we finna move out. We gone. I'm gonna move to a whole nother state and depend
There,
solely on my husband because I have zero education. And my
but
husband's only 15.
well, I mean, I'm being fair throughout this. You have to be fair as well, and we have to give context to what we're talking about because, like I said, I mean, during those times they were raising them to be women earlier. Like they
They
were teaching them
definitely were
how
And it's
more
still
mature. They
the
definitely were
type of.
more mature and had more responsibilities. I agree, but I
and
also
where
agree
did
with
that come
Alifa
from?
that they didn't have time for their childhood either.
That came from slavery, my dude.
Well,
You had to
I'm
get up,
sure it
get
did.
with it, and get right very, very early, and then start producing as soon as you had your first menses.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing. We've civilized the world to where those things weren't as necessary because you know
But that's the
everybody's
whole.
not poor.
That was the colonizer mindset that had young girls get married at 14 years old.
Well,
I don't know if that's
I don't
hundred
know if it was
percent
colon.
true.
I don't know if
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, I don't think it was colonizer idea. I mean, this was something that was. I mean, there's certain cultures that do it now.
yes,
Still to this day. So I
around the
mean,
And it
world.
still don't
yeah,
make it okay.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Because
it's a
and those
mindset.
women,
I mean, I don't
those
necessarily
girls,
agree with it in this day and time, but
those
at the same
girls
time,
that are
I can.
being married underage in those other countries and cultures are considered property.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing now. I mean, you go and get a whole license to be able to, for somebody to say, "Hey, this is my wife," or "This is
Nah, it's
my
different
husband."
though.
No,
Right now
it's
here,
just it's your mindset. It's based
but
on your
we can
mindset.
drive. We can drive, we can work, we can walk down the street by ourselves. Those women can't do none of that. And if they do, or some man accidentally talks to them or bumps into them or whatever, they get fucked up. They get stoned to death. And that's in those countries and
You
cultures
going
that are
back a
marrying
thousand
children off at
years.
14 years
Look,
old.
you going back
No,
1,000 years.
No, I'm telling you
no,
right now, today, right now
she
in 2021,
she's actually right. It does happen right now today,
right
but
now.
I would say that you are taking it far because there's countries in Africa that are what Pat was saying about the older and the younger, and they don't have the culture of stoning the women or making it so where they can't drive or have no
But
autonomy.
yeah, they are still considered property though, because they get beat on and shit. You know what I'm saying? And a man can tell you, I divorced you 3 times and smack your ass upside the head 3 times outside your house, and you divorced now.
And there's some, like I say, you're pushing it to the all the way to the extreme. But I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. And the ownership thing is a thing too. I'm saying that part is 100% true because they still have where you have to give a cow to the family so that you can marry the daughter or whatever. They still do that.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
that's like that. So it's property. So it's like It's exchanging of monetary exchange. I gotta pay a cow so that I can marry your daughter, or otherwise the family not gonna let it fly.
Exactly, and I own you now. But that we said all that to say that, you know what I'm saying, that marrying off young and all that other shit, it's a form of
Well,
oppression.
no. Because see, we started off because I mean, you're saying young, and we gave different examples. But my main thing is that a man should be older than his wife. I'm not saying that it should be teenager or anything like that. I mean, especially during these days and times, it's more so that I think that in order, because I mean, a woman, for a woman to respect her husband, he has to be able to lead her, and that was my main thing. So usually it's going to take a man, like a woman's value, she's practically born with it, and of course she'll learn as she gets older. But for a man to have any value, he has to have learned some things, and he has had to be able to earn some things. So it takes that time, so he needs to be a little bit older. Of course, I mean,
And
yeah.
I agree with you, Pat. I think that it's the natural order of things. I think that it naturally happens that way. As far as the dude tends to be older than the woman, it just happens that way naturally because the attractions, it's nature, it's the chaos of nature, and it happens that way because that's how it fits. When relationships work when they fit. One piece has to fit the other one. You know what I mean? The guy has to be bringing something and the woman has to be bringing something. And like what Pat was saying, for the guy to be able to be bringing something, he kind of needs to be older just because he had to have, built some wealth. Like I say, you can't have a cow. Where do you get the cow from? He had to have had some resources to get the cow.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't take me as being somebody thinking that teenage girls should be getting married. That was never my point,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Alifa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my sister. Yeah, y'all know the people that watch my show know I read a lot of books and I know a lot of shit. She's like that too.
Yes.
Cool deal. Cool
Yes,
deal.
indeed. Absolutely. That's because you remember like where the root of that started, Chaka?
I told a story to somebody about encyclopedia. I might have talked about another show, but Daddy bought me a fucking encyclopedia A to Z. I remember this shit, brand new.
Before that,
so fucking nice. But this had a huge impact on my life. And another thing he did was he used to write. He would make me read something. It would be a magazine, pamphlet, book, whatever it was, and then he would make up questions out of it, and I would have to answer those questions out of it. And if my answers weren't good enough, he would force me to read it again because he would say that you didn't understand it.
the event that I'm thinking of is when Daddy worked for the airport and he came home with all them boxes of books. And he was like, ain't no reason you should be bored or nothing like that. He'd be like, read a book. I'd be like, you finished them books yet? Read them books. And it wasn't like age appropriate books or anything like that. They were just
totally random. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I do remember, because I don't remember that specifically what you're saying, but what I remember is old books and the smell of like the dust coming off of them, and them being totally random. And that's how I kind of got into, later on I got into horror fiction. Like when I was a kid though, I did not like to read fiction at all. I would only read, like I say, encyclopedias, stuff like that. And as I got older, I started to really enjoy, fiction novels. So I don't know how that's connected, but
I remember the very first book I got from the library was Where Do Butterflies Go When It Rains? And we lived on Inglewood. I had to be about maybe 4 or 5, something like that. Yeah, that's a memory that'll stick with me till the day I pass.
And I remember being in and out of libraries, and I'm still like this to this day. And whenever I meet someone like a significant other, like Ashley, Ashley would be talking about, she goes to libraries or whatever, but I don't think so. Once she got with me, we was in and out of damn libraries. The thing is, people don't realize how this is and this goes to communism, because I was going to talk about that a bit, but libraries aren't for profit. Okay, libraries are a community project, that's funded by the community for the community. And also, what people don't understand is libraries are a great resource for all kinds of things. It doesn't just have to be for books, And I can look. Let me tell you some ways I use. I didn't have air conditioning in my apartment. I had a terrible landlord. Horrible freaking, it was a private owner. It was a townhouse I lived in, and the dude didn't want to fix shit. The AC didn't work. One of the things we would do is we would go to libraries and hang out in libraries just to cool off. It's a free place to go and hang out, and people aren't going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. Everywhere you go, you got to buy something or whatever. Or if you're hanging out, they're like, why the fuck are you hanging out? What are you doing? And you buy something or something. A library isn't like that. You can go to the library in the morning when it opens, hang out in that bitch all fucking day, and ain't nobody going to really say nothing to you.
It was, it was kind of crazy for me because, there's only maybe 2 women that I've dated that actually had their own library card. And that was kind of,
weird.
I felt out of place. I they somewhat made me feel like I was the weird one. Like, you just go to the library?
Yeah. And like Ashley found out I got a bill. Something happened. I had to try to do something official. And it came back that I owed $800 or some shit to the library.
Damn.
A whole lot of money. It was a huge amount, and I had to pay it because I don't remember what it was. Something official I had to get, and I couldn't get it without paying that. That shit showed up on my record that I owed the library like $800. I bounce back and forth because this is another thing people don't understand about libraries, because you have county libraries, and then you have city libraries, and they're not really connected. So you can get a library card for one and be in trouble with one and go to the other one and you'll be fine. I know this for a fact.
Yeah.
Cause it was really just me losing stuff. I would get DVDs from the libraries because documentaries, a lot of documentaries you can't find. They're not available. Even to this day, you can't really get them online. Everything, the knowledge, the stuff that really helps you, it always costs or whatever. So, but you can go to libraries and they be having documentaries there, and you can rent those. Well, it's not renting, but check out DVDs of these documentaries and stuff like that. I used to do that, and I lose the DVD or break it or whatever. So that's how I ended up with $800 library bill.
Yeah, I thought I was doing bad with my $70 bill that I had. 800, man.
I love books, man. I take my kids to the libraries, not as much now, but when they were smaller, all the time, man. We lived in a damn library, man. I used to take Amina and Ewan. Leafa, you remember? I used to take Amina and Ewan they loved going to the library. I would take them all the time to the library. Go find you a book. I don't care what it is. Go find you a book. You know what I'm saying? Check it out. You know what I'm saying?
They have it where you can get books online now. Like there's what's this? It's an app that you got to put in your library card number and stuff, and you can check out books online.
Yeah, I didn't know that, because since COVID, that's another thing related to this. COVID has fucked all of these like community program type stuff out. Like, I don't know if even to this day, because the last few times I've tried to go to the library, I've been having problems related to COVID, because the hours are restricted, and you got to do all this stuff,
social distancing,
all that bullshit. And it's like, like I say, one of the things that's happening with COVID, I think, is that global neoliberal shit, and they're just trying to like make it harder for people to be able to like the little guy, all the small businesses. I'm getting off track, but it's related to
hold
the
up, Ma.
library.
Ma, you okay?
Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
At the bottom right corner of your screen, there's an X that says leave.
Yeah, you could just click
Okay. Well, it
Click
was
that.
nice. It was nice talking to you. I hope I do better next time.
Yeah.
Same here. Same
You did
here.
great.
Yeah.
You did great. I
enjoyed myself.
I really
All
enjoyed
right,
you.
thank you. It was nice meeting you.
And I
Same
really
here.
enjoyed you being here. I've been wanting to interview you forever. Like I say, I'm gonna get you a bottle of tequila and get some information about you next time.
I'll chip
Hey,
in.
Taka.
I'll chip in on it.
All right
Taka.
then. All right. Don't forget the lime and the salt.
All right.
Hey, Taka. And
yeah.
don't forget what you told Mom a little earlier before we got on the live.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I ain't gonna lie.
Cash.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll do that. I can do that right now after y'all click off.
Okay, yeah. I just didn't want you to forget because I knew she wasn't gonna say nothing.
Yeah, and I was gonna forget.
I know.
So.
But all right then, pimping.
All right, man.
All
Love.
right, y'all. I love y'all.
I love you too, Mom.
Nice meeting you.
Same here. Hopefully we get a chance to do this again soon.
All right, hugs and kisses.
All right, Mama, come get my phone stand tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So who's the oldest out of you two?
Me.
Chaka about 11 months and 3 weeks.
Right. So that's why I said earlier that we were basically twins.
Almost like, yeah, I heard that. That's what I was wondering.
Like we were treated like twins, kind of, because a lot of my cousins. This is a very funny story. They called us Chakalifa.
Yep. By one name.
They didn't know us. Keita is one of my cousins.
Yeah.
We call him Keita. He was the one that I swear he was probably like 11, 12 years old before he knew, our names. Because
Gary too.
because that's how it goes. My dad or whatever would be like, Chakalifa, come on, let's go. It's time to go. Whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Chakalifa. That's how it always was. And if we walked into into the room, family members or whatever, Chakalifa here.
Yep. Even when we got older, when we was in high school and we was on the swim team, our Coach Shep, he would call Chaka Shaka, and he would call me Chocolate. So be like Shaka Chocolate, Shaka Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Oh, you talking about
Chocolate.
Coach, the swim coach?
Shep, yeah.
Yeah, that was my swim team coach. Chocolate.
So he was Shaka and I was Chocolate.
And that's what's so funny about that too, because to this day, when I say my name, people ask me, "What's your name?" I'll be like Chaka. And they be like, "Chocolate? You look more like vanilla to me."
Oh,
damn. I didn't say chocolate. I said Chaka. Like people just didn't add. They didn't add 2 syllables to what the fuck I said.
Yeah, I said. I remember getting in trouble in school because the teacher called me Alfalfa, and I asked her how was she gonna teach me if she couldn't read. Like, my name is clearly Alifa.
I remember one time in church where they was calling you to the front or something for something, and they said Althea or some shit. Like they butchered your name at church. And this was a church that we go to regularly. Like, it was really no reason for them to not know her name, like say her name wrong. Like, we was members of the church.
Always
members of the church. Look, I have to explain more. We're members of the church. We go to Bible study. We go to choir practice. We go to Saturday service. We go to early service. We go to late service. How the hell they don't know her name?
Yep. I'm telling that was them old people though, because they was like, that name don't make no sense. So my brain not gonna let it make sense. So
right. Althea, Alfalfa, a fucker or something. I don't know. Come on to the front.
Is there any like backstory to y'all's names?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell the story. It's not. Wait. Let me read this comment before you tell the story. This is Doc. He said, libraries were my port in a storm. My dad was in the Air Force. I moved 15 times before I was 16. Dang. But there was always a library. And Doc, I feel you. I can shed a tear because I get lost in books. And you know, I don't know how many schools was we in, Alifa, growing up?
I know. I remember
we changed schools so many times. And what?
Five different elementary schools for me, 3 middle schools, and 3 high schools.
And like what Doc is saying, to this day, actually, when I'm feeling down, sometimes I can get into a book, and because if it's a good book, I can get lost in the book, and it'll kind of like, you know what I'm saying? It'll take me away from, you know, whatever I'm like in my head or whatever, you know.
Yeah, it's a calming influence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as our names, my brother is named Chaka after Chaka Zulu. And also we have an uncle whose last name is Chaka, isn't it? Joktan Chaka. And so in honor of my uncle and basically to import power into him as his name, in honor of Chaka Zulu as well.
And I think my name, the reason him giving me that name is a lot of why I am who I am. And, you know, like, it's so important. I had a fight with my baby mom, with Kenzie's mom, because of the names that they were that she has. Because see, Brittany, that's her name, and she hates her name. And so I'm like, you know, why would you name your child, you know, another kind of name just like that? It's like, oh, it's a white ass name. And also it's very common as far as like Brittany, you'd be 5 Brittany's, just like Ashley, my ex. She'd be like 5 Ashleys. You lose your individuality also, you know. And then the power of the name Chaka really, I think, made me who I am in a lot of ways, because I knew about Chaka Zulu from a young age, and a lot of people don't even know who Chaka Zulu is. But that, like I was talking about in the other video, not having heritage and so forth, my name gives me a bit, you know, a bit of a connection to, you know, because Chaka Zulu was the shit. You know what I'm saying? Chaka Zulu was the shit. So me having his name makes me feel like I need to try to live up to that a bit. So go on, Alifa, talk about your name, because go ahead.
Yeah, my name Alifa. It means faithful friend, faithful wife. And it was actually chosen from an Islamic newspaper that my dad and my uncle used to read all the time. And my uncle was the person who chose my name, Alifa, from that Islamic newspaper. And my middle name is Asia. I don't know where I got that one from. I don't know who named me Asia, but it's Alifa Asia.
Yeah.
Well,
and mine is Chaka.
Just listen to it. The sound of it, the ringing that it has, kind of reminds me of Khalifa. There was Queen Khalifa.
Yeah, I get that a whole lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the nearest name that you would have heard in common. My name is very uncommon. You'll only find it like if you're a social media person. If you go like to maybe Arabic Twitter, you'll see my name once or twice.
Yeah. Like but I was gonna say, actually, that name is really common for Arabic people, Alifa. And so like I was gonna say, my name Chaka Ben Perkins. So the Ben is kind of supposed to be Arabic too, kind of, because, you know, over there, you know, it means of thee. So your name of the, you know, and then it would be a last name that's really important, because over there in the Arabic countries, they don't fucking play with those names. Those names go way the fuck back. Sirajuddin or whatever. I can't think of any right now for an example, but it's, you know, so it's, and that's the family name. So you're saying I'm Chaka of the such and such, which is the family. Yeah. So that's that. But my name is spelled Ben, which it should be Bin, because that's how it goes. Like Osama bin Laden, y'all know that name. So that's where that came from, you know. And Alifa, I'm gonna read this little comment, and then I want you to say the names of some of the people on my daddy's side. Just start going down the names because that. Hold on. He said Longview High was my 14th school. Damn,
That's a lot.
And he said I went there 2 years. So talk about the names: Saiba, Nefertiti, so forth and so on. Say those names. Just say the names.
Okay, well, I'll
cousins
start with
on my daddy's side.
I'll start with my own daughter's name, Amina, and Chaka's daughter, Anaya. Then we have Nia Malika, Nia Afara, Saiba, Nefertiti. We have
Ayana,
Shabazz, Osei, Ansara, Aswad.
Yeah.
Zaki, Majida, shit.
What about the other ones?
All of these are Islamic names.
Names, yes.
Mostly Islamic or African in some kind of way. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Watu?
Takombe,
Latifa.
Latif.
Okay, I said it wrong. Okay, Latif. Yeah, Latif. He passed away recently.
Yep. We have Yusef, Ahmad.
These are all names of these are close cousins to us because my grandma, I showed you the picture of her, the one half German and half Indian, Native American, Aborigine, however you want to call it. And she had 8 children. And a lot of them had, like 5 kids. Like how many kids Uncle Jack got?
13.
Sound like my grandfather.
But this is my Uncle Jack. So what I'm trying to say though is these names that Alifa said, these are all like first cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, my family is very plain. I think they were trying to get away from the African names or that identity. Like my mom's, like she gave us the names she gave us so that we can get jobs. You know what I'm saying? So, for me, I've always wished I had a name like that. So, of course, now here I am in my 40s.
Ogunji. Ogun Amuruji.
She.
I say it wrong because it's some language where you say the X's as a Z. It might be Spanish. That's why I be saying it wrong all the time.
Well, I guess it depends on what Spanish you're talking about.
I don't know if it's Spanish. It could be something else. I read a lot.
It's probably more of an Asian, like the Indian, like the Hindus and stuff like that, maybe. But
it's still Spanish too. Like the name's Yamara.
And it's
it's spelled with an X?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I know that they use it as a Z, like with a Z sound in a lot of names, but this is like the Olmecs. It's the she comes from the Olmec civilization, and even like with the word Mexico or Mexico, that's really all the based on the Olmec civilization.
I'm gonna do this for Mom while you're talking, Alifa, but because I know I ain't gonna have you much longer. Can you tell some stories? Because I don't know why this is, but sometimes you be telling stories about stuff that happened and I was there and I don't remember it at all. Like at all.
Marked it out.
So Go ahead, tell some stories, whatever you're willing to share, or whatever, things that could see. The point of this show is to kind of document some of this stuff so we can go back and look at it,
Yeah.
and part of it is just to kind of like, what I was saying before, the ancestors are here. Some of the ancestors are still alive.
Hmm.
So, we need to learn. Me, you, Pat, we are ancestors too.
Yeah.
We need to share, you know because we have a bunch of shit in our head that we don't share.
Hmm.
And our future generations, our children, our grandchildren, or whatever, whoever
Mhm.
could use this stuff. So
Exactly.
anyway, go ahead and document something, some kind of information or something. I'm gonna take a quick potty break, and I'm gonna send this stuff to mama right quick.
Okay. Well, basically, we swam before we walked. Our dad was one of those who was like, everything that you need is already in you, and babies are born knowing how to swim. So when we were about 8 or 9 months old, before we started walking, he threw us into a pool, and my mom had a fucking fit. She was not happy about that at all, but we were just swimming around like shit. Was good, we know what this is. So we were definitely water babies. My dad encouraged that. He was a water person. He swam. I don't know if it was for his high school or what, but he was a swimmer. Um, so we were always in the water. We were taught to fish very, very early. Fishing was very important in our family. My dad was one of those people, a man don't work, he don't eat. And, if I teach my children how to fish, they're going to be able to work to get their food regardless.
Mhm.
Our grandmother was an elite fisher woman. um, we would
Who-
go to this place on the bend, on the banana bend, where the San Jacinto River is, where saltwater meets freshwater. And we had this spot that was it was a hill. It was a very, very tall hill. And we would park at the hill and walk down the hill to the shore. Well, my grandma was too old to do that. So she would literally fish with her cane pole from the top of the hill. And I'm gonna tell you how good she was. Down by the shore where we were was a lot of concrete and rebar and stuff like that. And she never got snagged. Never got snagged. And she fishing with a cane pole. She pulling a 5 pound redfish, 8 pound redfish up onto the hill with a cane pole.
Oh wow.
Like our grandma was a beast. Oh my
Just
god, grandma was.
just to add, the women of my family were like the fish, like they were like the really good fishermen. My grandmother was like, she was like the star fisherman of the family. But my mom, my aunties, and all them, of course, my uncles fish too. But it was all the better stories always came from the women as far as the fishing stuff is concerned.
Yeah, my
So
mom's a fisherman too. So we would go as a family when they were still together. We would go, and even after they separated, my mom would still go to that site. My dad would still go to that site. Sometimes we would accidentally meet up at the fishing hole, and sometimes they would fuss as to who got to leave. But yeah, the we were a serious, a whole family of fishermen. We would
mhm.
crab. When we were in California, we would crawfish. We would crawfish as a family, so that we would get two or three, maybe four bathtub fulls of crawfish all together. And we do the cooking, and we lay newspaper down in the front room. The whole front room's papered with newspaper, and put the crawfish out and go to work. And the little ones had to learn early, because you was only going to get a couple of crawfish peeled for you before you were expected to handle your own business. So we had to learn very, very early. But
Mhm.
fishing and outdoors sea type stuff, that's how we were raised. My grandfather lived in Riverside. He had a bunch of land and cows and horses and all types of stuff. And he had a creek behind his house when they moved to Riverside. And
Now
we
where
would
where
fish.
is that? Where is Riverside?
Riverside is near Huntsville, Conroe.
Okay, it's
Um,
north. Okay, it's north of Houston.
yeah. We
Okay.
would fish for perch in that particular pond
Mom,
behind the house.
yeah, that's
Talking
my
about some
mom.
good fish, some good fresh perch straight out the water.
Yep,
You
that's my
can't
mama's
beat it.
favorite fish.
Oh man, my grandmother loved her some perch. Absolutely crazy about it. My dad loved any kind of fish, and he was allergic. Like he didn't get to eat fish at all. But he would love to catch the fish, and he would clean it for us and stuff. But he
Wow.
couldn't eat it. He was allergic to fish, but he loved shrimp and crab and stuff like that. He just couldn't eat the fish.
Hmm. And it's usually the other way around for most people. Like they can't eat shrimp or crab, but they can eat, at least scaled fish.
Yeah,
But
nah, he couldn't eat fish. He would swell up. His whole face and everything would swell up. But you couldn't keep him off the fishing hole though. I was just telling Pat how dad was allergic to fish, but he was the major fisherman.
hmm.
You hear me?
Who,
Chaka?
me?
So he was
Yeah,
supposed.
Yeah.
I'm here now. I didn't hear nothing before Major Fisherman.
Yeah, I was saying how dad was allergic to fish and couldn't eat it, but he was a major fisherman. You couldn't
Yeah, I
keep him off
mean
the fishing
that
hole.
I'm great at fishing, and I learned it all from him pretty much.
Yeah, I was telling him about grandma pulling them fish up with her cane pole at the top of the hill because she couldn't get down the hill. Like grandma was a beast with it.
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you that might be the better way to fish because that's what I mean. My grandmother used a cane pole. My mom, most of my aunties, some of my aunties did get with the rod and reel, but shoot, they dropped that cane pole in there and pull that mug straight up. And like I'm gonna tell you, like my aunt Birdie, like she was a beast. Like she was pulling them up left and right, but that was still when I was a kid. I was amazed by everything. But
Yeah, we was taught on both. We was taught on the cane pole. We was taught on the rod and reel. We was taught how to crab with just twine and chicken neck or chicken liver or whatever. We was taught how to crawfish with twine and a piece of chicken liver or whatever. Yeah,
what about
they.
hot dogs?
Yeah,
Now I don't remember using hot dog.
you not for crabbing because it's just gonna break,
No,
but you
no,
can use
no.
it for fishing.
Fish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying for fishing.
Mm.
Yeah, I do it all the
They
time. I go to Lake Houston. Hot dogs are cheap as fuck. So yeah, and the catfish love them.
Daddy used to like to use bait shrimp and blood dough balls. They was big on blood dough balls for catfish.
Blood was that with bread? Like just taking bread and balling it up and spraying something on it?
Bread and blood. I don't know what type of blood or from what, but I just remember that bread dough balls for catfish.
Yeah, I remember fishing at as a little kid at Herman Park. Y'all know y'all could go fishing at Herman Park. A lot of people don't know
Hmm.
that. When I was a kid, Daddy used to take us to go fishing at Herman Park, literally at Herman Park.
Crazy story. That was one of the last places I was with Marquise. Right before he went to jail, it was me, him, and Tiffany. We was at Herman Park. I think it was Valentine's Day or around Valentine's Day or her birthday or some type of um, special day or whatever. But it was me, him, and her. And not too long after that, he went to prison. Like maybe not even a week, a couple of days or so at Herman Park.
And some of my most fond memories I have are of like fishing with my dad.
Mhm. Man, it was fun. It was majority fun, but sometimes it was torture. Like if it rained or the mosquitoes, that shit
Hmm.
was torture. The mosquitoes used to tear our asses up. I
The,
mean,
and the other fond memories I have that go through my mind is riding the dad's truck. He had the 12 disc CD changer.
yeah, and the
he,
blue truck.
yeah, he's so into music. By the way, people out there, my dad played the congas. He was a musician. So,
Yeah,
but anyways, he loved music, and we would take trips out to, like, let's say Riverside, and
mhm.
it's what, 2.5. How long it take to get to Riverside?
About 2.5 hours.
So yeah, so the road trip was cool, man. Playing the music with my dad, smoking the joint.
So
Yeah,
what was his style of music? Was soul,
it was eclectic.
blues?
Everything. One of the to this day I listen to Stevie Wonder is one of the ones that really, because what's the one, Aquarium, do you know what I'm talking about? Aquarium something. It was a 2 disc uh Stevie Wonder
I
one,
don't
and it
remember.
had like fish, it had the fish was on the cover.
I
So
don't
but
remember, but I can tell you that when he passed on, in his deck was Bag Lady by Erica Badu, 400 Degrees by Juvie. He had best hits of Stevie Wonder. He had it was another hip hop record. I'm trying to remember that he had on in the deck at the time. But that he liked everything. Oh, and he had his compilation of reggae music and Buju Banton. I
I was
remember
about to mention Buju Banton because that's the one
the
Daddy made
Till
me fall.
Shallow.
He touched up to this day. And those songs, they strike me, man. It's kind of like how, you know how like Bob Marley affects people.
Yeah,
Buju Banton is like that.
boy. When I hear murderer, blood is on your shoulder.
I
Get
I
up today. Hold
I
up,
used to have I used to
hold
have
up. My neighbor hollering at me from outside.
Uh-oh.
I used to
Hold
have
on, I'll
that
be all
disc.
right. Go ahead.
I used to have that disc, and to this day, I still listen to that. And the Buju Banton, that particular CD, the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
it's, you know, that thing there, and you can let it ride too. And it
Yep.
brings
And that Terra Fabulous Yaga Yaga.
Terra Fabulous, Daddy, the one who kind of, I'm a reggae fan, big time,
Mm-hmm.
and it's because of that. It's because of that.
Absolutely. I'm a huge reggae fan. I got Till Shallow and Yaga Yaga in my Amazon Music right now. I
Yeah,
got them in playlists right now to this day.
yeah,
And
I know those Buju Banton songs are on my playlist right now.
I want to find the song Roadblock. I cannot find it for shit because it was on a compilation. You remember the song?
Roadblock by who?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a roadblock tonight.
Oh wait,
Brown John McGuire in I wanna heat in the face. I wanna miss it, tune up the bass, dance on the shade.
I know that song.
Roadblock boy.
Off camera one time, we'll figure out the song, because if you remember those lyrics like that, we'll find it.
Yeah, Roadblock, that was my shit, man. And Daddy used to bump that bitch loud as fuck, early ass in the morning. Like, what? Dude.
That's the only type of concerts I go to is well that that's like seriously like, oh yeah, I'm going, is reggae. And that was the Varsity um theater in Baton Rouge right by LSU campus used to have them all the time. And and of course
It's the
during those,
vibe. It's the
yeah,
energy.
it's the vibe. I mean, like they allow you, during those concerts, they allow you to smoke, and
Mm-hmm.
shoot, everybody's like drink. What I'm saying, you buy your own 6 pack of Red Stripe. We go in there with whatever we got to smoke, and we right up on the stage, like to the
Never
point
been
where
to a
we're,
reggae show.
man,
Um, it
it was live.
a story just hit me from when we were teenagers, Pat. I was about 13 and Chaka was about 14, or I could have been 12 and he was 13. And it was nearing the end of school.
Mm.
And we were at one of my dad's best friend's house that he would go and get drunk with all the time. and he was kind of like family too. Talking about Herod. Um, Herod and Monkey Chaka.
Yes.
So we were over there, and we were getting ready to go home. And me and Chaka were happy. We were saying, "Yay! School's about to be out." We was happy that it was summertime. And my dad was drunk and tipsy, and he was like, "I hate to hear y'all say that." And we was like, "Why? Why you hate to hear us say, it's about to be summertime?" He was like, "Because I don't feel like y'all learned what y'all need to learn so far, and I think y'all need to be in school." And we was both like, "The fuck?" You know what I'm saying? "What is you talking about?" And he asked Chaka, "Well, you know so much, you think you can drive home?" And Chaka was like, "Yeah, I can drive home." And
I do remember that day.
yeah, we got into the truck and Chaka was driving. I was so mad at my daddy. Oh man, I was like hollering and carrying on and scared that he was gonna kill us. But he made it home, you know what I'm saying? And my dad ate his words and everything, but I never forgave my daddy for that shit. Like, you're not gonna put my life in goddamn danger to prove a point. I never forget that shit as long as I live.
Well, there's things like that needs to happen. Now I'm gonna tell you now my whole thing with because I mean I had all kind of drove it. I
I
mean we grew
honestly
up on
wait.
a
Let me
farm.
say this. Honestly, I
Go ahead.
think my dad was too drunk to drive, and that's why he did that. But go on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because that was the same thing with my brother when I drove from Franklinton to Baton Rouge, which is like a 100-mile drive, 2 hours, maybe a little less than 2 hour drive. But I was like 12, 13, same thing. But my brother, he's 6 years older than me. He was like 18. So maybe I was 14. He might have been 20. Like what I'm saying, but however, he was too drunk to drive, and here it is. Like I've only drove uh, automatics at that time. Maybe a little bit with a stick shift, but I drove that little 5-speed Mazda truck like it was nothing. Coming back to Baton Rouge.
And that's another
Uh,
thing. My daddy drove standard cars almost all the time, and that's when I learned how to drive with a standard. So like when I first got in an automatic car, you know how you always reach for the stick, right? And also your foot is kind of
my
like,
foot, yeah, like my foot, like it like goes damn near into the floor because I'm like, I'm seriously looking for the clutch, and so yeah, I know.
yeah. So it was a big for me. I ain't gonna say it was more difficult for me to drive a automatic. It was a shock.
Yeah, it threw you off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because and then I'm a kind of a busybody anyways, because my mind is always doing a bunch of shit at one time. So I had a Camaro some years back, and I love that fucking car, bro. I love
It was
that
a
fucking
stick.
car. Yeah, it was a stick. It was so much fun to drive, man. So much fun to drive. Sorry.
I still want to get me one. Like I was really thinking about ordering me a car with a manual transmission.
He taught me so much about that. How like you could, because like I said, he always drove standards. How you can jump start the car by like pushing it, rolling it, get
Letting
it
it
going.
roll. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Like I think a lot of people don't know that stuff.
I learned how to drive the 3-speed on steering column. You ever drove one of those?
I don't know what that is. I
Uh,
might
uh,
know, but I just don't know.
what they
Chaka,
call it, you 3 on the fly. Like it's a
I'm pissed.
What?
huh?
I'm out.
Okay, man. I thank you for joining. I knew you wasn't gonna be much longer. Thank you.
All right, I
It was
appreciate
it
it.
was
Peace.
nice meeting you.
Peace and love. Thank you.
Same here. All right. Love you too.
All right, bye.
Yeah, no, the 3 on the fly was like it was the shifter on the steering wheel column. Like
Oh, it's like, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You have to
yeah,
move the over here.
reverse
Wait
like
a
pull
minute.
it to you and
And
up.
it's on the it's on the right side too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah. And like I don't know, man, I could drive anything.
Me too.
Like, and even from like
Literally anything.
even from like a kid, like my you know, I mean, of course, just watching, seeing people, you know, drive, it's just like I could do that. Like that ain't, you know
And
what
you
I'm saying?
know, let me. I'm gonna take this to like a metaphysical type. It's not metaphysics, but spaceships and black people and driving. I think there's something with that. I really do. And I'm so serious because you know I be thinking about all the time and about how people are obsessed with aliens. Humans are obsessed with aliens. It's like it's like it's like we're obsessed with aliens. Maybe we're obsessed with aliens because we are the aliens. And who's to say, bro? Who's to say in our history we wasn't flying fucking spaceships, bro? I
Who's
mean,
to say?
it's not you can't prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think. I think a lot of because black people when they be driving, they be doing a bunch of shit. My cousin, damn Solomon, we didn't even mention his name, Solomon. Uh, he we was driving to New Orleans for a convention, and he drives a stick. He drives a stick. We stopped at Taco Bell. We stopped at Taco Bell. This nigga ordered some fucking nachos. Like that don't seem like a big deal, but I'm like, we're in a drive-through. We're in a drive-through. He ordered nachos.
Mhm.
We pull off from the drive-through. This motherfucker,
Oh Lord.
he driving the car. It's a stick, and he's eating nachos. Now, how do you eat nachos and drive a stick? Come on, think about it. You need, you know what I'm saying? Come on. So this
Dude,
dude, he's a
no,
great driver. So, but I'm not saying he's not a great driver. He's a great driver. That's why
yeah.
this is my point. He is fucking changing gears, moving the steering wheel with his knee, eating nachos,
Setting the radio.
playing
Look,
with radio.
look, I'm gonna tell you, man. Say, bro, my bro. Now, I end up being that good too, but I think I developed it through my older brother. But dude, my brother used to ride down the highway, driving a 5 speed like a stick shift, rolling a blunt or a joint, whatever. Like, I mean, I think
I
blunts are
still do
much
that.
easier, and like down the highway, and I'm
Yeah, I
like,
still do that. I do that to this day. But that's not as difficult as what I'm talking about because the nachos, he had to hold the nacho container. You can't put nachos down on your lap while you're driving. It's not gonna work. He had to hold the nacho
yeah, because you
and
leg
then
up and down with clutching or whatever.
exactly. So you can't have the nachos in your lap. So he had to hold them in his hand, and then it takes another hand to grab the nacho and put it in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I was amazed. I was all the way blown away. I was like, this nigga here is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always been something. Like from a kid, I know I always was like wanting to drive. Like I always had some affinity with driving.
And that's
And
why I say I think black people, I think it's I mean, hey, I fringe, I'm crazy, call me crazy, but I think it could have something to do with our history, our lineage. It's in our blood to control these vehicles like this. You know what I'm saying? And like we were saying plenty of times before in the other videos, the technology that we have today is not, I repeat, not more advanced than some stuff that we've had in the past.
I would agree. And I mean, what they're doing now is, they're just like duplicating what we have done before. Like a lot of the technology that they have, they kind of put it out in pieces, you know, space it out more in time because, they're trying to capitalize as much as possible. But there's things that, we did hundreds, not thousands of years ago that they still have, you know,
Trying to
now,
figure out.
they're not, well, I think a lot of it they have figured out. They just, they keep it secret. Like there's stuff that the military uses for 40, 50 years before the public gets to see it. So, or even have any type of knowledge about it. So I think that they're still holding on to some of the technology and trying to recreate it the best way possible through what they've learned from our ancestors.
Yeah. So I think tomorrow, because I was doing the math on my little videos, because you was talking about Saturday, and I was flipping through the videos and kind of trying to do the math. I didn't look at the calendar, I just kind of did it in my head. And I realized it's like Friday. It's either Friday or Saturday. I'm not 100% sure. But for some reason, it'll be that Friday or that Saturday show that ends up being more of a hit for us that people watch. Now, I don't know if it's because it's Friday and Saturday and we be on late and that could be it. But I don't think so. I think it's the content that we end up making on those days for some reason be better. You know what I mean? That people are feeling. I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. So I'm thinking about doing like a story. Like remember we did the show about telling stories. That video has done better than any of the other ones I've made since then.
And it was fun. I enjoyed that.
I think
just like tonight, you know what I'm
Mm.
saying? I mean, it's good for us to take, like get on different subjects and, you know, go with it the way we go. Because I mean, honestly, a lot of times, like when I'm getting on, I mean, I kind of like the surprise element of what
what, and
we're talking about.
that's what I be trying to do. So that's why I do with my titles, because I want to entice them to come watch it. So I kind of tease. The title is always kind of a tease, and even the stuff that I write underneath it, it's all kind of a tease. Like, what is he talking about? Remember the jumbo shrimp one? I want them to, because at least at the beginning of the video, I want them to be like, what the hell where is this going? You know what I mean? That's what I be doing. Yeah. So hopefully I can hold their attention for 5 minutes. You know what I mean? While they're waiting to see what what the big reveal is of like actually the point of what what I'm trying to share.
Because I know, I mean, even myself, the whole banana, like that, I was like, what the hell is he up to? Like, this
Yeah.
dude is crazy as hell. I'm
Yeah.
like, all right, come on, let me get on here and see what he's talking about. So I'm kind of in the same realm with like anybody else that might stumble across it, because it was like, I know he's up to something, but
because you know me, so you like that. I know he got something with that. I know he's not just crazy. Like the title that I put, being disrespectful is respectful. Somebody on Facebook posted on there, what are you talking, what nonsense you talking about? And then ha after it. Like like that don't make no sense.
You know what was funny about that? That night was the night I was in the casino, and they had the girls that came and sat next to me when I was we was airing, and she was just messing with me. You know what I'm saying? You remember she got in the doing all the hand stuff in the camera or whatever, and she was like, so what's the name? What's the title of the show or whatever? And when I told her, then she was like, oh. I guess she felt she didn't really get the depth of what we were talking about, but she took it as, oh damn, she was being real disrespectful by just jumping in the middle of our show or whatever. But she still didn't really get it. She felt it was, because the whole being disrespectful, being respectful, or no, being disrespectful is respectful, or however you worded it. So that was just something that I guess I was like, well, shit, it's too late for me to try to explain to her.
And that's what I put under the comment, the guy, when he put what the hell basically you crazy or you're stupid. I don't remember what the comment was, and then ha. So basically like the whole sentence don't make no sense. I put reply, watch the video and you will understand. You know what I'm saying? So these things align. Like, being disrespectful is respectful. The thing is, like I say, people just dismiss things right off bat. Like that goes back to the thing where the people feel like they know already. Like, I know already, I know that being disrespectful is not respectful. So why do I even need to watch this video? Like,
Well, yeah, but no, but there's still gonna be some people that's gonna be like, wait a minute, what the kind of bullshit is that? Wait a minute, hold on, I need to hear what he got to say because this,
That
you know, the the inquisitive ones are gonna be like, okay,
and
they
that's
up to
who I
some,
want.
yeah, they up to some bullshit. I need to hear what the hell they talking about.
That's the people I want. So I spend a lot of time thinking about the titles because that's huge. I've been watching earlier. I was watching a lot of videos about how to, build a YouTube channel and all of that stuff. And I've also been watching videos about writing stories. And
I got a book. I got a ebook. I need to send you, or I don't know. Well, I'm gonna have to see if I can send it to you or not. But if not, I'll get the link to where you can get it yourself, and that might help too.
yeah, so yeah, I've been watching videos about how to write, good writers, good how to tell stories, screenplays, all that kind of stuff because it's related to what I'm doing. So like, being a performer, being an entertainer, or so forth and so on, because all of that stuff is related. So the stuff that really catches me, I'm already a writer, so all the stuff about writing, that's the stuff that catches my eye. But even though like we're talking, we're still writing, if that makes any sense. You get
No,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Well, but that's why I'm mentioning this guy. Uh, I guess I can just say it, but well, the name of his thing is Power of Publish, or Power of Publish or something. I forget exactly how, but that's the whole thing. Is he's a content creator, and he's pretty much, his journey of, how he created. Like he's got like on one platform, I think it was like 1.2 million. You know what I'm saying? So he's figured out some stuff and he's sharing it with people. And it's a free ebook, and you will be surprised that and it's a short book. It's really a pamphlet, really, but I think it has some key things in it that will actually help in a lot of different areas of life, you know, not just with building
Well,
platforms.
well, I'm all the way interested. Yeah, sometimes you can find the PDF. If you can find the PDF of it and send it to me,
I'm
then when I have
gonna
time, I'll check it out.
it's in my email, and I still have trouble with saving different things. Like I've bought albums from like straight off of the internet, and I don't know how to actually save it to
It might not. They might not. A lot of that stuff being encrypted. I deal with this kind of stuff because of school. A lot. They. It's. They're trying to keep from you share. It's intellectual property. So
well, but no, but it tells me that I can share it like 5 times before. Like I can have at least put it on 5 different places for that price. Like I paid like $30 for an album, but
Okay. Yeah.
and
So they be having all them different stipulations. It's always all kinds of problems. Sometimes you could just read only. Sometimes you can't even like, it be encrypted. It be coded. So that's why you can't move it. Sometimes you
no,
can't save it.
it's all me. I don't know how to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that part
Yeah.
that and like because I can save it, I can there's some things I know how to do, and bookmark it or whatever based on how I retrieved it, but it's some stuff that I hadn't learned how to actually save to my phone because I don't play with it enough, and I know I could probably Google it or even ask Siri
You
how to
you
do it, but I just
YouTube would be better. YouTube would be better. The Google gonna send you around in a circle. Type the how to exactly whatever it is you're trying to do in the YouTube. You'll find better video. You'll find better information that way, and then they can walk you through it on the video.
well, Apple has a thing that'll pop up because if you say iPhone, a lot of times it's a direct from Apple, like shortcuts on how to do
Yeah,
stuff. I just
Maybe
have
it'll
to.
send you to a YouTube video. It might do it like
No,
that. So,
no. Usually it's all text, but yeah, I might need to
oh
do a YouTube video. Like I said, if you Google it and you put iPhone, usually it's something directly from Apple.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that's usually what you want because the Apple stuff is always different from it's different from the other stuff. So yeah. So but again, like I say, even still, Apple and then type it in on the YouTube screen, I think you'll come out better.
yeah.
So
And I really want you to be like maybe we can work together on some of this stuff. I want you to see this book thing because for me, I've been having trouble with being able to do things with with the time, like the way the way I work. Now I could probably go all in on like my 1 day off during the week, but some things I want to try to get into, and like I said, the money is not an issue. Is more so the time,
time,
and I want to be able to create a space where I can have the time to dive more into it. You know what I'm saying? But it's really hard because of if I don't do like this is the only only real revenue that I have is good money, but to be able to get be able to move my way out of just doing this where I can create other avenues of money. And if you down, like we
I'm
can put
down.
some shit together.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. And so just because you're talking about it right now is already heading that way. You know what I mean? Because that's how it starts, right? You brainstorm. You're gonna come up with something. You'll figure it out.
I say, man, I got so many different things that can be done, and like I pay for a class, which I listen to it, but as far as like I can't drive and write notes, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? But it's in my head,
Right.
you know. So, but like I said, we can get together on some of this, and maybe we can, help each other.
And another thing I would like to see you do a show for us. Put together a show for us. What I mean is like stuff you want to disseminate. I know your heart is America, so go in and pull
That's
out
just
some
one of the main
information.
things I've been studying, and that's where my mind has been. And
Me,
you know,
I'm
I,
the same way, bro. But see, the thing is, I went to Africa. My focus right now is kind of like the Caribbean, and damn it, I lost him. My focus right now is the Caribbean. I've put a lot of work in and trying to learn more about Africa just because it's a huge continent and it's very important in the global, you know, arena of the world. So but America is where my heart is too. But the problem is there's way more information about the Caribbean, there's way more information about Africa. The American information is harder to get to. So what I think is because I'm not finished, I'm about to graduate. I'm not if I can pass these damn Spanish classes, I'll be done with this bachelor's, but I'm not planning to be done with school. I want to move into a master's program and I feel like that's where I'll be able to focus on America again because I'll have more access to. Because see, a lot of like you was talking about that book that cost a lot. A lot of the stuff you just don't have access to until you can get access to it. If that makes any sense, you get into like a master's program, and now they give you these resource materials that you can pull up shit that most people can't pull up, and it'll be those books about the stuff that we want to know about here in America because they keep that shit, like I say, and there's levels to this shit. You don't get to see the information until you can get to the level to see the information.
yeah, some of it, and I honestly, I think a lot of it is really knowing which ones are available and the actual credit. Like to actually find credible information, it's you stumble upon it or you come across somebody who has already had it that can pass that on to you because like I said, like I'm building my library based on, you know, books that people talking about. And it's like, oh yeah, look, is this, they citing sources and stuff. So, that's how I've been, you know, building mine, is hearing from other people. So, I mean, unless you're like a researcher, like that's what you do, and, you actually stumble upon something like that, then that, you get the information that way. But, like I said, I mean, it's,
That's my way of going, because like everybody got their routes, to get where they're gonna go, like I always say. And my route is through this academics. Damn it, you just said something. Because that research, oh, that's what they teach me. That's what I do,
I know,
anthropology.
no,
Yeah,
I know, but that's what I'm
that's
saying.
literally what they teach us. This is literally what I'm learning in my classes, is how to research information, how to like look up sources, you know what I'm saying? And then find the sources to the sources. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
well,
and be able to, because we have to write papers. That's pretty much all I really do in anthropology. I write papers. So, but when I write papers, I have to cite my sources. I have to show where I'm getting that information from and back up my argument with hard information, where the kind of stuff that you can, it's not hearsay or whatever, like, because that's how academics is. Like, even though like some of the stuff, like you say, they be missing the dots, it's like we can't talk about something if we don't have, and it's all about paper, basically hard copies of something, because if it was just by what somebody said, we can't use that. It
yeah,
has to
and
be some kind of hard evidence.
well, and like I said, I mean, me, and I'm, mostly expressing from the point of view where I'm, not, I am like, I'm a very minor type of researcher. So, I mean, me not being in that, atmosphere where I would like to be able to, go to the Library of Congress and, look through, different files or films or whatever. Like, I would like to have that time to be able to do stuff like that, go to the archives, and pull up whatever information is there, like, but like I said, I mean, just being able to, um like I said, the only way that, like, a lot of the books that I know of is, like my YouTube journey of listening to people and them saying, hey, this is my source. And I was like, shoot, I get on Amazon, whatever, and I order the books.
Yeah. So that's what
So,
it is, because and this is true. The people who weren't educated academically always outperform academic trained people. Like, there's a movie, it was Beautiful Mind, I think was the name of it. I can't remember. Brad Pitt, somebody was a big name in it. And there's a scene in the movie where really smart ass dude went to Harvard or whatever, and he's saying some old theological stuff that's all supposed to be over everybody's head in the bar. And then this one cat, he didn't go to Harvard, and he rebutted this guy, because they thought he was an idiot because he didn't go to school. He rebutted the stuff that the dude said that was supposed to be over everybody's head, and even quoted the page number from where the dude got the stuff that he was saying from. And then after that, he said, when you find out that you spent $300,000 on your education and you could have just got a library card, and because that's what he did.
exactly. And and that's the thing, because I don't want to discredit like people who gone to school, because I mean, there's a lot of, I'm sure they had good intention. And that's what I, like, I believe more in the intention more than anything. But I think because of school, it takes, like, the original simplistic thoughts that you can have that that actually will bring more light than the way, because you're following the process. You're trained. how to follow a certain process, whereas God is giving you thoughts that allows you to explore things that you probably if you follow the process, you're not following God. So that's like
And,
the whole.
well, I
Well,
disagree with that, but I would say that the best teacher is nature off top. I don't think
well,
anybody can argue with that.
well, I don't want to say like I don't want it to sound like I'm saying like God is not involved in it. When if you go to school, but as far as if you're following a process, it's more likely that if you have you know something that's pulling you one way, you're probably going to stay on that process that you've learned instead of saying, okay, well, maybe I can go and check this out because you're being led from a different direction than.
And I think that most of the people, and I said it in the other video, like the higher you go in the education field, probably the more brainwashed you're going to be. And it's because they made you read this book and they made you read that book, and because they wanted you to have a certain perspective on the world. And another thing that pisses me off, and I'm going to bring this up in my class because I got to write a big paper in my class coming up, one of my anthropology classes, and I've been thinking about it for a while now this semester because I'm finna give my professor the business. I always give them a hard time. And I'm finna give my professor the business related to citations because she teaches this. It's an anthropology. I got her for 2 classes this semester, but she teaches like an English teacher. And citations are important, and I understand it. But what I really want to get clear to her, that I want her to understand the way I think about citations and how it always leads back to a white man. The citations always lead back to a white man because as in history, the way the academics are, the European Western academics, they back in the days, they only respected someone who was a white man. Like if you wasn't a white man, the stuff that you wrote didn't carry much weight. The science, everything, any discipline you can think of, it was dominated by white men. So look, the citations always go back. You always have to cite the person who wrote this, and that person cited this person, and that person cited this person. Like I say, if you take the citations back all the way, you're gonna land on a fucking white man.
Well, and that's what a lot of the books that's available now. But and I totally agree that because I'm gonna tell you, like I've caught myself, explaining something to somebody, and based on the way that I know they think, it made it more credible. For them, it makes it more credible that it was, a white
A white
person
man,
that said,
yeah,
that said
and
it.
specifically white men too, because they didn't like they didn't want women. What you go cook and make some babies or something like philosophy? That's not for you.
Yeah,
So that's a thing. That's a thing, and it's missing in education because so now you got, like I say, the official citations, the ones that you can actually use in these academic papers, tend to be white men. So and your paper not going to be official. Like you can't publish it. It's not going to get published in academics unless you have proper citations, and proper citations mean white men.
Well, look, you know what I'm gonna tell you. And it wasn't a crazy thing to me, but I just found out like maybe a month or 2 ago that the very all right, you tell me the first university, because I know a lot of people believe it's one place,
I'd
but
have to
it's
look
not.
that up, but it's somewhere northeast Boston area, Massachusetts
No, no,
area,
no, no, no,
definitely
no.
for the
No,
United States.
okay, yes, I'll say in the world, the very first university in the
We
world.
we covered that in the last video, brother. You probably missed it because it was a lot of shit. But in that video, towards the end of the video we did yesterday, they talked about it. They talked about I don't remember exactly where it was at, somewhere in Africa. And that's where the people around the world came to learn mathematics. They came to learn philosophy. They came to learn,
Let me
all the
tell you,
disciplines.
yeah, because like for a long time, I was taught that like the first universities was Timbuktu,
And that might
but
have been it. I
no,
don't know.
it's
Somewhere over there.
it's not. It's not that. It's
Where is it?
actually Morocco, Fez,
Morocco.
Morocco, Fez,
Okay, yeah.
Morocco,
Yeah, Northern Africa. I knew
and
somewhere up
and
there.
and it was a woman who
That
started this university.
that makes 100% sense. And that's the thing. The women need to be involved. And look at the woman, the Barbados, the lady who's the leader of Barbados. She got rid of the queen. She said, colonization is over, bro. We getting rid of the queen and all of that bullshit. We off that now. She just recently did this. This was a few months ago, earlier this
Hmm.
year. No more queen in Barbados. We off that shit. We off that colonization shit. And this is a very intelligent black woman. And she's the boss. She's like the whatever they call him there, president, whatever they fuck they call him.
In
She's the
Barbados,
jefe. Yeah, Barbados. Look it up. And
yeah.
so like, but like I say, yeah, and historically in Africa and the Native Americans, whatever you want to call them, indigenous, they had
Indigenous.
women who were the boss, or say,
Well,
they were the ones to go to
well,
about this or that.
and boss might be a term you can use,
That's not the right
but
word, but you know what
but
I mean.
well, no, yeah, no, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna talk down on that's, but
I'm just
however,
I'm just
I
using
mean
that terminology.
who was our first teachers?
Your mom, your mom. Everybody's first teacher was their mom.
So to me,
Everybody on the
it
planet.
shouldn't be like a big deal to anybody that it was a woman who started the university, because for one, like I said, in nature, that is who is the teacher.
Right.
That's the first.
Yeah. So simple. But it's this patriarchy, fucking European style of, civilization that pretty much dominates the planet because of this colonization stuff. And they are on that women, hey, they need to go make babies, let
Yeah.
the men handle the thinking. And they've been like that since way back. That's their history. That's their heritage. That's not ours. We
Well,
are not like that.
and it's really not theirs. It was just like, I think it was a lot of the shortcomings that made them come with that mindset. Because like even like for even our ancestors, like for us to take the front and be like, okay, take the protective stance, was because we were protecting our women, because of the value that was in our women. Not
Mm-hmm.
that we were better than them, but no, I would rather take the,
You
I
take
would,
front. You take the
yeah,
lead. And then
I
that's
would
what you
rather
do.
be
You
the one to
protect what's
die.
most valuable. You protect the value. You protect what's valuable. And you get out in front of the value and you keep that, you try to keep it safe. What's more valuable than a woman on the planet?
Nothing.
There's nothing I could think of. So I wanted to the other part, because we're getting into the show. I don't want to wrap it before this. We're over 3 hours now, and I put this in the comments that I wanted to talk about poverty and what it really is, and poverty being violence, and how, especially us here in the United States, a lot of us don't really know what real poverty is. We call what we go through poverty, which it is, but not really, not like what real poverty is.
Yeah.
And how the world exploits these and also the world creates these third world countries, you know what I mean, by extracting their resources and using the people and all that. So like what I'm trying to say is that it's not an organic thing. It's created. You know what I'm saying? The state of these people and how they live is created, and a lot of it has to do with racism.
Well, yeah. I would definitely say, especially in this country, but for any, for someone to have enough power to neglect or to reject somebody from being able to obtain certain resources is, the beginning of it. So that is it's like you said, it's created. So
And that's
you
why I
know
say poverty is violence. And the way the world has changed, they don't do these big wars anymore. They just starve the people.
that yeah, that is definitely
And that's the worst way. I'd rather be blown the fuck up with a nuclear bomb than slowly starved to death.
famine is one of those things over the centuries that has wiped out more civilizations than anything.
And that's what
And
they do now. That's how they do war now. War is supposed to be more, what do they call it? They humane. They like to, we fight more humane wars now. So we just do embargoes on the country and we don't trade with them and shit like that. we
well,
you know and,
what do you think about all of those containers that's out? Because you know, I see a lot of different things, and of course, I get hung up sometimes on my own conspiracy thoughts and theories or whatever. So, as far as do you think that this is something that became a purposeful thing, or do you think this is just a coincidence that since like within this year of a new president that we just so happen to have an issue with moving freight?
Absolutely not. And I've been going down this rabbit hole because I'm glad you kind of brought it up. I mean, I've been bringing it up over and over because I really want to educate people about this because what it is really it's exposing the crack in our system, the way we do things. It's exposing how it's unsustainable. So, and I've been reading about this over the past couple of weeks because it's very, very, very interesting to me because I always talk about capitalism, I always talk about capitalism. So the container ships. So, oh man, I don't know where to begin with this. So Corona exposed some things. So people think that the reason why we're having these problems is a direct result of Corona. Corona did put a new stress on the system, but it's like the straw that breaks the camel back type of thing. It's definitely wasn't what is. It's definitely not the real reason why things are all fucked up with the container ships. It's because of the system that we're doing. It's basically fucked up, and it hasn't worked in a long time. And it has to do with I got a video on this. I might bring it up for next.
I think it's a very strong factor in it though, because like
No,
they're speaking. No, I mean just from this point of view, because if you think about they're saying that because I've even heard some of these truck drivers saying that man, you know what, to hell with this, I've got enough years in here, I'm gonna retire. And when Corona came and the fear of what Corona could do and them I guess wanting to protect themselves and instead of staying out here and potentially getting sick, because I think the way that it was propagandized is that this thing is like easily to wipe us out. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of truck drivers are not healthy, and for them to decide, you know what, I'm just gonna go
yeah,
on
but
and
you talking about the truck driver part, not to belittle it,
I mean,
but
but
that's a
that's the
small
part that
part of this.
that's the part that moves, because if all of the ports are full because they can't get freight out and they're still swimming around because they can't port and release get those containers off, is mainly, and that's why I'm mentioning the trucks, is because that's who moves that product from the ports into the country.
They can't move it from the port if the damn shit can't get off the ship.
Well, exactly. And if the ports are backed up and they're not allowing other barges or ships to dock so that they can offload more
I,
of those containers.
this is why I always say, like, you have to dig through the details. The media is trying to make this look like the reason why all this shit is fucked up is simply because of Corona. And Corona did have an impact on it, but again, like I say, it was the straw. It was a straw that broke the camel's back. It was a straw that exposed all. Remember that ship that got stuck? Was it in the Suez Canal? It was a big container ship, and it got wedged. It got wedged sideways, and that motherfucker was stuck there. I don't know how long, some weeks. And this was before. I want to say this is before Corona actually started, and you couldn't get no movement. Because this is a very freaking, this is a highway, and nothing could come and nothing could go because the ship. What happened was the ship got wedged on both sides. One end was stuck on the shore over here, and the ass was stuck on the shore. The bow, or the stern was stuck over here, and the bow was stuck over there. And it took them weeks to unlodge that ship, and it fucked up a whole bunch of shit because nobody could move during this time. It fucked off a lot of people money. Mm-hmm. So, infrastructure. This is related to infrastructure because they knew, this is that pathway that everybody uses. It was man-made, and you have to drudge it. The sediment builds up there. But look, all the different companies that use the Suez Canal, they don't want to spend no money on fucking drudging it. It's going to have to come from some kind of taxes or some kind of like the local people, the places that's closest to it. They don't want to pay that bill, basically. Well, so go ahead.
That's a and I at least I think I know where you come from, because that's a definite problem. And by them not, because I mean, if you think about a lot of the systematic things that's wrong with America is, of course, the poorest people pay the most taxes, the richest people pay close to no taxes, if any. And the monies that should be circulating and available to be able to, fix issues like that it doesn't happen because, like I said, I mean, they find ways to keep, these people, appeasing these people, or trying to satisfy them in a way to where if we got 1%, like if right now we're still, what I'm saying, if you get to the point to where you're paying zero, you should still still be able at least contribute 1% of what you're making.
And they don't want to pay shit. And this is the problem. It's the whole way that they do it is the problem. And that's the reason why they don't want to talk about this, because it's the profit model that is the problem. Okay, here's another aspect of it. The container ships keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so they can carry more and more containers. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the way our system is right now. So, and these ships keep getting bigger and bigger, like I say. And so you got these companies, there's moving these products, they're moving these container ships. It's kind of like the roads. It's just like the roads. Like we talk about Amazon. Amazon makes their money off of delivering shit to people, but they have to use the roads to do that. But Amazon don't want to spend no money on fixing the roads. Not a fucking penny.
And even because and this is something I would have to challenge myself on, or to find out, is do that, because I mean, as a truck driver, every year I pay a flat rate for road tax. So, because of the size of the vehicles they use, do they even pay that? Amazon
pays nothing. They don't pay none of that shit.
Because it's separate from the actual, like the your income, or your revenue. This is a flat tax that they charge that you have to pay. It's a federal thing that you pay for road tax. But if because average, and I think it's mainly because of the size of my vehicles. But at the same time, there's other commercial vehicles that's you know just a 4-wheeler that's less than 10,000 pounds, maybe less than 8,000 pounds. That probably doesn't have to even pay a road tax, which they're wearing the roads just as much as trucks are. Of course, yeah, we're heavier, but
They
it
should
doesn't
pay
mean.
more than y'all because they got more trucks on the road. So maybe they're not heavier. More frequency is gonna cause damage to the infrastructure too. So, but look, like I say, this is really really deep. It's really really heavy because damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. We want our products right now. We want to eat fruits and vegetables from around the world, out of season or whatever. We want to order something on Amazon and have it there in less than 24 hours. And the thing is, all of this stuff is related. Like, and then the cheaper products, right? The manufacturing, right? If Corona didn't expose nothing else, it exposed how little we manufacture here. But see, the companies make more money by going to China and picking up these cheap products on these container ships and bringing them over here. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a
Well,
whole bunch of problems. It's a whole bunch of problems that are based in the way they do things. You know what I mean? The
well, that's
whole
gonna
way
change. That's gonna change a bunch, and I think
they're gonna have to.
since when Trump was in office, he's kind of started a war on trade because, like, I think some of the tariffs went up. So I mean, just that makes it more expensive. Because I mean, you spoke about how they're trying to put all of these containers or all this product on more on, let's say, one ship more stuff at one time, but it may be getting to a point to where to so that the costs aren't so bad, they have to, because that's one of those things where
But they've been doing, that's what I'm telling you. It's not you. That's what the thing is. Like, okay, our political system wants you to blame Trump or blame Biden or
well
or
well
or
I'm just saying
Bush
that
or
that was just
whoever.
something that I'm just saying that's just something that happened while he was in office, not to really put any blame, because I think he was
I
at
think
least
his heart
trying
is in
to.
the right place on that.
Yeah,
And I think he
yeah.
was absolutely right on that. And you know what's crazy about that? Even though Biden has come in, none of that stuff has been all of that stuff that Trump put in related to that. They haven't pulled that back. So either they agree with that or whatever.
Well,
However you want to take that, because it's
and
a
I
whole
think
different
and
administration, and they're
I
doing the
actually believe
same.
I actually believe China had more respect for us because of it, because they
We
knew what
We
was
need to
going on.
earn respect. You have to earn respect. They like, oh, if you want to buy this trash that we selling to y'all, fucking more fucking power to you. If
Well,
you don't want to fucking manufacture shit in your country, then fuck it, we'll manufacture it for you.
and that's one of the things I think that is going to force us to get back to, and hopefully it's not too many people that perish from the way the system is. I mean, we're gonna have to switch over from this system to something
Another one, yeah,
more efficient.
and we
But
don't have no choice. It
our
has to happen.
agriculture, I just think about our agriculture, because I mean, first of all, we shouldn't be eating fruits and vegetables from the other side of the world, because it's not gonna have any dietary benefit for us. It'll fill our stomachs, but it's not gonna give us what we need for as
That's what I
people who
say.
are people who that are allergic. I mean, yeah, you're dealing with a lot of allergic reactions because you're not eating stuff from your
And
backyard.
and 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 what I really want the people to understand is, like, this whole thing, the problems that we're having with the shipping and the containers, the this started maybe 50, 60 years ago, maybe longer. So they've
That's
been trying to make this seem like it works, Because you know how they, like I was saying in the other video about how like people say, when I always say something doesn't work and they're like, oh, if you just wiggle it, oh, if you just press the button harder, oh, and that's what they've been doing with the system that we use. They pretend that it works because it does work to a certain extent. It's just, it works for them. It works for the profit model.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, because you know our government, the United States, has pushed this. You know, of course, we should have an abundance mindset, but we've done it to an extent to where we overeat, like we overdo food, and the demand for having the food that we want to intake is, we've been having to get it from other countries, which we've always had a certain amount of trade over hundreds of thousands of years.
We're overconsumption, and it's been like that. If you go back and look at it, what we send out and what we take in has been. That's one of the things when they say deficit. That's it. That's part of the deficit. That's how when they say we owe China so much fucking money. That's it. That's it. Us taking in way more shit than we sending out.
Well, that's definitely a part of it. You know, a lot of it was, a lot of our debt come from wars, unnecessary wars. Spending money, we're borrowing money that, to be able to fight a war, to sustain through a war. We're spending our money on bullshit and borrowing money to try to get, that's just like, I used to talk shit about, people, they'll take their own money and go buy a bunch of bullshit, and then the things that they need, they go and borrow from somebody to get it. And that's what America's been. The things that just what you need to go get groceries or whatever. Like you go spend your money to go get
party,
the new shoes,
drugs, whatever,
all the other stuff. And then when you're like, all that money, your money's gone.
And now I need to pay my rent.
You're gonna go borrow money so that you can, get a pack of chicken or,
And that's what America is doing. And it, like I say, it's related to the overconsumption. It's related to us not manufacturing a goddamn thing. It's related to us wanting to get shit in one day, you know what I'm saying, without paying for shipping. Like, they cutting corners so many ways. It's all about the profit. Like I say, bigger and bigger fucking container ships. What's happening right now? Guess what's happening right now? They're using smaller container ships now. Guess what? Because it's more efficient.
Who is doing that? We are?
Companies. Yes, here in the United States. But see, that's what I always say, though. You can't say we, because these damn companies are not national. They're multinational. They don't give a damn about the United States. They don't give a damn about China. They don't give a damn about Nigeria. They don't give a damn about India. Nothing. They just trying to make money. That's it. Period. We the ones stuck on that national shit. They don't give a fuck.
Because a lot, the thing that I think that a lot of us Americans have not realized is that we've been a part of the global, the whole one world,
global economy.
Yeah, we see it differently because of the way our political structure,
our perspective
looks.
And all that shit.
Yeah, but we've been a part of this global economy for decades,
a long time. And that's the thing. And a lot of these, like, another thing, the small companies again are hurting really bad behind this. Then it's Keisha who sells hair pieces, and she gets them from China, and or it's Tebow who sells, I don't know, fucking sheetrock or something,
fake Jordans,
and he gets them from Taiwan or whatever. And so another thing is the whole thing, like, it seems like the internet is telling everybody to open up their little businesses like that so you could try to compete or whatever, but you're just spending money. They're costing you, so everything is, people talking about inflation, the prices of everything is going up because they're having so many problems. Like, One of the problems is containers themselves. You know, the price of containers have gone up like, I don't know, 2,000%. There's a
Man,
shortage of containers right now.
I don't think people realize how close we are to well a nice group of people will end up back into some form of like not chattel, but like
I think
slavery
this is
to
it.
to
I
the
think
point where
Corona
but
is
look,
that domino. You know how,
yeah,
like you say, the
because
domino falls.
our agriculture, because like the thing about it is, if you know, we had more foresight to where people saw the benefit in actually farming, because if we're, you know, if we were producing cotton like we used to perform, you know, corn and sugar, and
Well,
you
we
know,
still, well,
we do
actually,
produce it, but
yeah,
what I'm saying is, if there were more people that did that,
and not the big companies, not these big
no,
corporations,
I'm saying
locally.
small
Yeah,
farms.
small farms, because that's what we used to be. America used to have a whole bunch of small farms, and
Yeah.
that's where you have strength, because the big company could just go out of business tomorrow. And guess what? Now we don't have no more wheat or no more corn. But what I was going to say was that is what we produce, what we export, what we overproduce is one of them is, like I say, guns, weapons, airplanes, shit like that, Boeing and all that. And the other thing is we do wheat, corn, or something like that. And we produce more of that than anywhere, I think, in the world. Like we feed a huge part of the world. I don't know exactly what it is, a staple like wheat or something that we grow a lot of. So we still do that. But though that's it. That's it. Everything
We've
else
been
we pretty
selling a
much
lot of soy. Those damn soybeans and stuff is something that's been selling.
soybeans.
It's been
Yes.
selling a lot, and
Because yeah, a lot of people don't know that because it's in everything. The soybean oil, they use it for everything and it's in everything. So we got huge fields of soybeans.
but the thing about it is, like, we were much healthier people when we grew our own food, and
Exactly.
like, you know, people,
And
you know,
but look
it,
though, I want to focus on the soybean. You just said the soybean. So but they got acres and acres and acres of soybeans. You know what I'm saying? This is the
yeah,
problem. This is the
miles,
problem because
miles,
they're
square
making money.
miles.
They're making money off of. They make a lot of money off of soybeans. But we need to have a variety of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I say, it's destroying the soil. We can't all just. They're not growing those soybeans to eat anyways. They
What?
make that shit into all kinds of other products. I think they use plastic. They make plastics and shit out of that. They make all
Hmm.
kinds of shit out of that shit. So they're
Well,
not
yeah.
growing that necessarily for food. You know. So we would starve still. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, because
Because
I
we
mean, it's
can't just
really
eat
not good.
soybeans.
It's not really good for you.
Yeah,
Period. It's real. Soy is not
no
good.
nutrition.
Yeah, but that's the thing too, is like, you know, having that, you know, diversity of food, you know, like, we definitely got to stay away from that whole Monsanto, like the GMO thing, because we've been forced to pretty much go with GMOs, and you know, because of, you know, doing the whole uh you know, the way we package food and to try to make it
Right.
last
The
for so long.
preservatives.
Yeah, yeah, that's a part of, you know, that's a part of our problem as well.
That's related
And
to the shipping too. Getting that shit from China or whatever. Then they need to preserve that shit so it can make it the trip overseas.
yeah,
Why we shouldn't be eating green beans from fucking China or somewhere. What the
and you know
fuck?
what, even from a kid, like, it's, you know, something that attracts me, like, I'm on the road, like, you know, if I see like a small, like a like a farmers market or something,
You gonna stop and
um
grab you a banana or a mango?
it's something
Those
in me.
mangoes from Mexico are the best fucking. They little and ugly. They be odd shaped. Best fucking mango you ever want to fucking eat.
Hell yeah. What's the other
Uh,
one I get? What's the one with the big seed in it, that It's kind of a flat seed. Is that is
That sounds like mango. The
that's the
mango has the
mango?
big ass seed in the
It,
middle.
yeah, I'm trying. It's another one that I
Let me think. Big
well, I'm gonna tell
seed.
you because my girl she likes the avocados. You know what
I
I'm
love
saying?
avocados. Yeah, they have big seed in the middle too.
Yeah. So I mean, but either way, like we need to be growing our own peas, our corn, our beans. You know, they may not
Avocado is
be.
hard to grow too. I tried to grow up. I grow stuff. I'm actually
Yeah.
pretty good. Avocado is not easy thing to grow. It's hard.
Well, and I don't think we should get stuck on that because I mean it's still good for us to, because Mexico, I think it grows very well down there. So, um, us still making trade with Mexico or even down in South America is not crazy. But
Because that's
we're talking.
still us. As first off, it's still America, and second off, we in Texas. Texas is Mexico, really. A lot of people would say that.
And because I mean, and especially if we can develop our own trade, because I mean, we need to be able to keep the
Within each
integrity,
other,
the integrity of
and
our food,
and and
and
and and, and the vibrancy of the economy. Because whatever the fuck happens, we still gonna be good if you have little local fucking farms and shit like that. You
yeah,
can't, like, if you have a whole bunch of small farms, you can't wipe out all those farms. You can't do it because it's impossible. You got little ants of farms all over the place. But the way we have it now is these big, huge farms. Like I say, one of them companies go out of business. They John Deere are striking. You heard about that? And
I have.
and these niggas is wrecking the tractors and shit because they forced the
Well, that
salary workers to,
exactly.
to to do the work, and they don't know what the fuck they doing. And it's example of how they feel like the low people don't have no skills. They always be talking about unskilled labor.
They don't.
I watched a
They don't.
video.
They don't. That's the thing of like not appreciating
Right.
what you consider the small people, but usually the like that's where you find the best thing is in the details.
And them the
So
ones that make the shit happen.
if it wasn't for them, like they wouldn't be where they are now, and they'd rather pay some fool. I forget how many times more their salary was, but I think it equated to like what 160 million.
Yeah. I don't know what the numbers are. I stay away from those numbers. But the
But
salaried
but
people
the thing
are
is that
don't
the
know how to
biggest
do that job. They're
but no
not
the
good at
biggest
driving
part.
tractors and shit.
Okay, but still, I'm a numbers guy too. So my thing is, instead of not that the CEO didn't deserve a raise too, but they could have kept a consistency in the product and given these people a raise where they would have had the morale. They would have kept had a better morale to go in and to work like they was working hard all through the pandemic. you
Right.
know, while people are getting sick and they still going to work and
Right.
doing whatever it was, and these people don't deserve a $2 raise or
Right. Or
you
just
know,
they took their money away from him. I don't know if it was John Deere, but one of those situations where they lowered their pay a couple of years ago for whatever reason, and the people accepted it. They had they have the group, the fucking, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm getting
and
tired
look
now.
and look we've been raised up in this country that like I know like when I was younger I got excited, oh man, I got a quarter raise. But do you realize like even a $2 raise is still not giving somebody like that's $80 more a
And,
week.
and it's worse than that because, like I say, they made him take a pay cut, and then they had record profits. And the people, and they have a union. They was like, we just want to get paid what we was getting paid before, and the company said no. And not only that, we're gonna take your like pensions or some shit like that, something related to the pensions. And it was like, oh, they said no new employees will get a pension. That's what it was. If all new hires don't get a pension, so all the old heads was like, nah, y'all can't do them people like that. And that was another reason why they while they did the strike, and they're having all kinds of problems, wrecks. The stuff's not coming out right, all kinds of mistakes. It's because, like I say,
they're gonna spend more money on defects than they would, you know, if they would
and
just
they don't
pay
care because
a
they
good
don't want to
wage.
pay the people, because they feel like the basis of it is they are unskilled labor, they're replaceable. We don't have to treat them fairly or whatever. We don't, you know, our fuck it, make the salary people do it. That they should be able to do it. Fucking
Well,
salary people cannot do it. They don't know that job.
what thing about it is, I mean, based on the structure that they're trying to bring in, because they're trying to set up for, and you know, like, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. They're getting rid of these workers, and, you know, because like eventually they want to bring in more AI to be able to handle a lot of that work. They're getting rid of a bunch of workers now, and the same thing that they're doing to these people is what they're going to do to those salary workers when they get closer down. So they're steadily just trying to push more workers out of the manufacturing.
So fucking sad. And I mentioned the John Deere because we was talking about the farming and how much impact do you think the John Deere strike has on the farms?
What?
Because if I know a little bit about farming,
I mean,
and you can't go to a farm, without seeing some John Deere tractor or something.
Well, and that's the thing, because that's like the main American made tractor. You know, like I said, they have Kubota, which I think is a Korean. I think it's a Korean tractor. But either way, for America, actual American made product, John Deere is the one. Maybe there's another one I may not be thinking of right now, but John Deere is like Chevrolet.
And they make good stuff too. They make good products that last a long time, and you know, are good quality products. Nobody can argue with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's gonna mess up a lot of different industries, not just their own,
Right.
but when it gets to agriculture, when it's on the farms and they're breaking down because, you know,
They can't get the parts or whatever it is.
well,
Something having to do with the strike.
that's been a part of another problem, because like I even had to deal with some stuff in my truck of being able to find parts. Like, you know, I had a simple problem about 2 or 3 weeks ago. One bolt is like a $35 bolt, but just to be able to find it, it took like 4 or 5 days to be able to find it, and then, you know, to be able to overnight it to get it there. So
But I think this adversity that we're going through related to the shipping and stuff is going to have a good impact overall, because we just have to realize that we can't rely on China for our bolts. You know what I mean? We need to have somebody over here who's manufacturing that shit.
But that's the thing. A lot of this stuff is American made. So I mean, you got to think about too. Like a lot of the trade that we still count on, because yeah, we do have some of our own steel mills, but they're bringing in steel from other countries.
Almost. That's what I'm about to say. Almost nothing. We manufacture almost nothing. Even when they say, even like Chevrolet and the car companies, you know that most of that stuff is like prefabricated somewhere else, like India or China. They send it here and then they assemble it here. It wasn't necessarily made here.
And then a lot of the assembly is not, like, you know, because maybe it's still partially assembled. Because I know that they GM made some deals with Mexico. Ford, I think, made some deals with Canada, and you know, there's companies that's, you know, foreign companies. I know BMW, Hyundai, and others, you know, that's like over in Georgia and Alabama and stuff like that. They're trying to get pieces over here to do assembly. So it's a lot of craziness.
It's confusing because they're telling people that this car was made in America, and it gives the people the pride of car. Damn it, I got 10 comments right here that I've been missing. I'm gonna come to your comments, brother. Give me 1 second. Damn it, production in America. Oh yeah, the cars. They're telling people that this stuff is made in America, which is
Uh-huh.
not really not. It's kind of like they're playing with words. It was
Technical.
assembled. It was assembled in
Yeah,
America.
and that's it. Because honestly, like Chevrolet was in a bad place for a while with their. Because I mean, they've always made a great V8 engine, but it came down like the four cylinders, the V6s and stuff. They weren't as reliable as like the Japanese cars that came in. So they was making deals with Japan for engines. You know what I'm saying? Like one of our, the cars that we drive a lot in America is the Hondas and the Toyotas. And that was a lot through the 90s and the early 2000s. Just recently, since Obama was, made those deals that they made with GM and Dodge and this, that, and the other, because I think it's an Italian company that bought the Dodge company. But however, these were, you know, a lot of the engines and the things that made the cars better was actually coming from mostly Japan.
Yeah.
So, uh, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, but that's the heart and soul of the car. So, is it really built in America?
Right. Like if the transmission was messing with us, let's read the comments. He said, I say we get rid of container ships and use manual labor. Let's say he got a
That's
few
the only
comments.
way. That's the only way that we'll protect ourselves from the whole thing with the AI. Because I mean, that's one of those things. If we leave it up to our government, they will find ways to, that where it's going to take the jobs away from us.
And that's
You
the
know what I'm saying?
problem. And that's what this is the march that we've been marching down maybe 50 years, this neoliberal shit, and the only thing is for us to really be Americans and really kind of rely on ourselves and really just manufacture what the fuck we need to read. I'm gonna go through his comments because he got quite a few. He said, Tebow sells fake Jordans and bootleg movies from his trunk.
Yeah. Well, you made that comment earlier. That's probably from back when we was talking about
Yeah.
the girl selling the hair and
Yeah, I'm trying to
yeah.
catch up. And he said, speaking of Domino's, now I want some. He said, soy lowers testosterone, bro. Don't touch that shit. It don't have no nutrition value either. Soy is the problem for real. And then he says, fuck GMOs. We got to support our local farms. Local farms are everything. We got to do this or we're going to die. Like literally, if we don't start doing that, we not going to make it. He said Mexico mango hit different. He said avocado toast. I don't know about that. He said, oh, you growing, bro? How much? This is some real shit. I don't know what he's talking about growing. I grow a lot of stuff, bro. I know how to grow flowers. And when I say flowers, it's the kinds that you smoke. I know how to grow fruits. I know how to grow vegetables. I don't really know what the question was, but
Yeah,
go ahead.
I've
Go
grown
ahead,
some
Pat.
peppers. I would say I do a little growing. I learned some stuff from a kid, but I know I could my intelligence. Like I still need to equip myself with more knowledge to be able to do more. Cause like I put stuff in a pot and grow some stuff here and there. And my recent ex, we was growing a lot of stuff inside and was going to get to the point of doing some hydroponic vegetables and fruits and stuff like that.
Yeah, I had a closet grower one time.
Yeah. Well, no, I think I might have experienced that, but
Oh, I might have showed. Did I show you it?
yeah,
I was so proud of that shit. I showed everybody that fucking came around.
yeah. But no, I mean, this is like some real serious stuff, man. Where
The
because even if
farms,
if even it
small
came
farms.
down to us back at the barter system, that's like a system that will never fail us because
Right.
we
So if
could.
the dollar collapses, whatever happens, America falls apart because it could happen, and now we're not getting shit. What if we become like Venezuela in the way that the other nations, the other world, because you know what? We're pissing off France. We've pissed off France. They're not
Well,
feeling us right now. And the
a lot of
Europeans,
yeah, a lot of the
the
Europeans
UK.
are upset, especially since the whole Afghanistan thing.
Right.
You
In the
know,
UK and them, they feel like America is going in this direction and they're going in another direction. So they're like, as time goes on, they're like, we
I
going this way and they're going that way. So what I'm saying is what could happen in the future is we could end up being like Venezuela in the way that we'll be isolated from the rest of the world and nobody want to trade with us or nothing. So then at that point,
that's
the
that's
dollar wouldn't mean
possible,
shit, and we'd have to, fucking
dude.
grow some
No,
damn food.
dude. Say, bro, look, I was looking at a chart where it was showing from our dollar, be- actually being worth a dollar, since in 1971. And since then it's only been at a decline to where our dollar is maybe worth 15 cents now.
I can believe that. And you know what holds up the value? Guess what holds up the value?
You and me.
Uh, but well, besides us believing in it, that's not what I want. Where I'm going,
Okay. Okay.
because you're right. The belief in it is what it is. But what really besides the belief, it's our military. That's what
Yeah.
gives the dollar the value. Oh, you don't want to use our dollar? Oh, you feel like our dollar is worth 15 cents? Is what's hot on the street? Guess what? We finna fuck your shit the fuck up.
Let's see how much your shit worth.
Yeah. Yo,
After I leave there.
yeah, after we leave, your shit, you ain't gonna have shit that worth a damn thing. And it's just like this is another point I want to make that's related to this. That debt argument. The damn national debt argument. So, like, let's say, okay, China, we do owe China a whole shit ton of money. Let's say China is like, hey, pay us our fucking money. What you think? What you think's gonna happen? United States gonna be like, fuck you, bitch. I will blow your whole. I'll blow a hole in your shithole.
Man, no, look, no, I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of collusion in that nobody wants to talk about. They made a big stink about Trump and the collusion with Russia, but that's bullshit. The real collusion is America, and the Democratic Party and China. Russia might be involved in that somewhere because Russia is strongly with China. But however, the whole them loaning money was really to keep their economy uplifted as well. So this is something that's been going. They've pretty much own America, at least a good portion of it.
Cause we
So
buy everything from them. That just like what we were talking about. This whole shipping shit. Them
it's
shipping
a cycle.
containers, the huge shipping container with like 3,000 containers on it. Guess where that shit probably came from?
I'm certain of it. But my thing is because I don't think that these people are incompetent. I feel like this is stuff that was directly, purposely done to bring the country to where it is because it's not like the resources are unavailable. You know, like they're very much available, and the way and how quickly the downturn went is like it makes no sense.
I hope
You
I hope what you're saying is not true because a new world order. If there is a new world order, global economy, and all that, guess who's gonna be on the top of that?
well
China.
the whole yeah, I mean they're already set up to be the next number one. They probably really are already because of the control that they're able to use from the other side of the world over here.
Yeah.
You know, if they're
So they don't have
loaning
to
money,
fight
if
wars
they're
like
if they're loaning money,
they don't have to
if
fight a war. They win
look,
in the other way. Yeah.
if they're loaning money to the number one, I mean, are they? I
They,
mean, are we
they already
really?
won. They already won. Already won.
Yeah, but I really do believe that there's been some deals that's been made because even Obama leaned heavily towards China. I believe Bush was leaning a lot towards China. Even when he was in office. So and it could have gone back further than that, but that's more where my competence in politics really began, was more so it with Bush.
Well, and maybe it goes back a little bit further than that.
I'm
It's
sure it
because
does.
we
I'm just
like
saying.
we liked China for a while. They're like our little, little mini me because they were trying to imitate America. They took on the whole capitalism way of
The
system, and
what but
and
the
we
thing
liked
is,
that.
globally, a lot of this stuff has already been the play has been made a long time ago, and we've been involved in it for so long. At this point, what I think is really happening is the fact that we are, we're too strong-headed as individual
Arrogant,
Americans. No,
right?
not the arrogant side, because yes, that is there. But what I'm saying is, as far as the type of government that China is where they want, and where the people, the average person is there. That's how they want us to be.
Yeah, that's where
Be-
we're headed. We're
So
definitely heading that way.
so that's the biggest problem, and we can actually, like, we don't have to fall into the rest of it with everybody else. Everybody else can really be a global, you know what I'm saying?
But
Africa, Asia, all that stuff is they can have all the global stuff they want to, but then for us, if we really stand up and do what's necessary for us to be able to sustain, we
on
don't have,
our own,
yeah, we don't have to fall into all of that. But
but I
we're
think it's
but
too
we're
late as far
it,
as that's concerned. And look, I want to draw this comparison that I think a lot of people don't understand. I posted it on my Instagram recently about the credit scores. You know how important credit scores are for us and buying a house and all of that stuff. And so, but in the news, you hear news stories about the social score that they have in China. You know about that, right?
well,
It has to do
that's already starting to happen here with
that.
social media.
But no, 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 no. You're right. But what I'm saying is it has already happened. Our credit, how different is our credit score from their social score that they have over there?
Oh, it's the same thing.
That that I'm so glad you said that because I thought you was gonna say something different, but it's exactly the same. There's no fucking difference because
Yeah, I
over
mean, the
there,
structure,
depending
the
on your
structure.
social score, it affects what job you get, where you can live, all
Well,
that shit.
honestly, the only difference to it, because it's the same structure, but the difference is the words that come out of your mouth can judge your score.
Yeah, so it's a little more intense over there. But that's where we're heading. That's my point. And we're already there because we're sold on this credit score shit. Like it's so fucking important.
We
And
believe in it so much, and see, that's somewhat of a problem. That not somewhat. That's a serious
major.
problem. That's
We don't
a
even
serious
know.
problem.
I was watching a video. We don't really know how they don't reveal the information about how they even come up with these fucking scores. And I was watching a video that it's racist, it's racial, there's racial issues related to it
It's
on how
gender,
they come up with the
dude.
scores.
No, it's gender based too.
And then these are private ass companies, like these are like, and they're making money. So
Don't
why,
be don't be a black male. Like a black male's credit score is harder to push up than a black female. A black female's credit score, like, you know,
I know
like
you know.
I know this experience
I
because
know this is true.
when I was in the
All my
car business.
exes have better credit than me.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. One of my friends that I work with in the car business, his wife didn't work. He paid any bills that she had, even like her college stuff or anything that he paid it, and she ended up with a 820, like close to a 820. And if I don't think he neglected his over hers. his score was like 780 or whatever. But that's still, even though that's a good score, but based on, you know, her, just her being a female. And that's,
I,
and at least that's the way it was shown to me, because, they owned the home together. They both of their names is on the home. He had his vehicle, she had hers, and he was helping her build her own credit up and stuff like that. So how does she surpass him? Because her credit score was lower when they met. Her credit score was lower than his. So she goes from, maybe the mid to high fives. His may have been in the mid sixes, building each of them up. His makes it to 780 and hers up to 820. How does that happen?
and then you can ask them and they'll send you this fucking long ass letter that won't tell you shit. It'll be a booklet.
It's all coded to what.
It'll be a booklet of something, and then a whole booklet ain't gonna say shit. Confusion.
Shit, who goes and really reads all of it? Like I attempt.
That's the point. They want you to be confused, and they know ain't nobody fucking finna read that shit.
Yeah, I attempted, and still, I mean, by me not being fluent legalese, I can get a good, understanding, but word for word and like a full, comprehension, no.
And then it's a book, so you're probably not finna read it all either. So you're definitely gonna be missing something. You know what I mean? You're gonna try to skim through it and try to focus on what's important. That shit is a mess. I'm gonna start a campaign to tell people that this credit score system and black people big it up more than anybody else. It's like, I want that gold star from Massa. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I want Massa to give me an A.
There's a reason for black people leaning on that credit score more than others, is because they need it more so than others. Buying a car, buying a house, and things like that.
I get that.
Yeah. So I mean, because
but
a lot
what
of
I'm saying
people
is,
who are more financially astute, they understand that it doesn't make, if they have the cash, like some people know how to use their life insurance to be able to purchase, borrow from their own money, which is, they can avoid taxes through that. They can, a lot of different things they avoid, but they're borrowing money from themselves and they pay it back at interest to themselves instead of to the bank. So they can grab this money, pay it off cash. They don't pay no interest rate to.
I wish I knew stuff like that. I used to have a 401k back in the day. I have a credit card now that I kind of do that with. And so, but I just barely started doing it. I didn't know this stuff. This is, again, what I was talking about, the ancestors teaching us. They need to find parents and shit. Maybe they didn't know, whatever, but we need to be taught this stuff, man.
Well, and that's the thing that throughout, like, because our parents went through a lot of the redlining and this, that, and the other. So I mean, there was a lot of financial stuff that they did keep from them. They didn't want them to know. They purposely didn't teach it to them because they want them to be at the bottom. They wanted them to be the perpetual consumer so that they could benefit from it. But overall, when we come to times like this, by them withholding information like that, it's brought them to a downfall within the
so
masses,
stupid.
because it's like at the top one. Let's just say, get up to the top 5% of people here in America is in a position where none of this stuff will ever bother them.
And that's how they think. And that's a problem with the whole system. That's the reason why the system is fucked up, is because of that particular attitude. But what I want people to understand, again, going back to the credit score, is you looking for Massa. You looking for Massa's approval. You want Massa to pat you on it. Good boy, good job. Because it's like, I didn't get no traffic tickets. I didn't get into no wrecks. I never got arrested. I never lost my job. I didn't, that's another thing to keep you on your job, because like I be talking about how your car note keeps you attached to jobs. Your credit score will keep you attached to a job too, because you're afraid of, your credit score getting impacted by changing jobs. Maybe you get laid off. Maybe, something happens and you couldn't pay your rent that time, your car note, getting into a wreck, and you don't want to pay the, for a wrecked ass car note. That fucked up. We was about to get into a house, me and Ashley, and we went through all the paperwork. It was a rent house. I want to say it was a rent house. And she had just had a wreck a month or so prior, totaled her car. I think it was like 2 months, maybe a month and a half, something like that. It wasn't that long, 6 weeks. And it totaled her car, but the insurance wouldn't pay, or so I can't remember. But you're supposed to continue to pay your car note even if your car is wrecked and you can't drive it, because you've signed that contract for that car, and you're liable. So it dropped her credit score, and we couldn't get into that house because of that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, some people look past it. Like when you buying a car, and if you're buying a car, and in most cases the value is gonna be less than whatever you're still paying.
Right.
Because
as soon as you drive it off the lot, upside down.
So if you don't spend that extra $700 to get the gap insurance, you have a wreck and the car is totaled, and whatever the insurance company will give you for the car, and there's a balance left, that's kind of where
you owe it.
Yeah, you still owe that money,
and that goes right on your credit. And then it's what do they call it? It's the information is given to the credit bureau like right away. It's like 30 days or some shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, like we write at 4 hours, but I really got to get to this because I put this shit in the thing, and I gotta take a potty break. But I want to talk about poverty, and I want to talk about the middle. I really want to talk about Venezuela and like Ecuador. And kind of like how these people.
Let's get to it, because like I'm.
We're running out of time. That's what I'm saying. I got a couple videos. I might play each one. They're about 10 minutes a piece. So, and I might not play the whole thing. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to wrap it soon, but I want to get to this because I said I was gonna. I like to be a man of my word. I put this shit in the comments. I really want to get to this. Check it out.
Joel, ¿dónde lleva? Deja ahí. Juli, tenga ahí, vamos a matar los pollos. Joel, quítese de ahí. Vamos a matar los pollos. Lo va a sacar si el otro lo tiene. Téngala acá. Téngala de las dos patas. Ya. A ver, abran la otra costada. Matar los pollos. Miguel. Ya. Quítese de ahí. Ahí déjenlos que se desangren. No, pues yo voy para allá para que los vean. Que se desangren.
Bienvenido.
Gracias. Sí.
Those are gerbils.
Do not bite me.
Are the other ones that they call guinea pigs? I think those are guinea pigs. They're all in the same little family. So
yeah.
Crazy. ¿Y cómo te llamas, señor?
Homero.
Ok, muéstrame dónde me voy a dormir.
Pues acácito, aquícito en esta camita del cucho, pues te sé.
¿Aquí?
Aquícito.
Ok. ¿Y los otros van a dormir dónde?
Nosotros vamos a dormir acá, mis otros hijos acácito, el otro chiquito aquí.
¿Y qué comeremos para la cena?
Arroz con papas vamos a cocinar.
Okay.
Ay, para la carne está jodido.
Sí.
Solo arroz y papas vamos a cocinar.
¿Y huevo?
Tampoco hay huevos aquí.
¿No hay problema?
No,
¿Está bien?
no. Descanse. El perro.
Amiga, buenas noches. ¿Y qué estás haciendo?
Acomodando aquí para... Eso, gracias. Voy a poner esa piedra para jabonar.
All right, here we don't waste any food. Right now she's taking out the intestines of this chicken. So you cut it open.
Fucking gross. You see that shit?
¿Y dónde lavas la ropa?
I do.
That's basically chitlins right there for a chicken.
Porque aquí como no tienen lavandería.
Chicken chitlins.
Esta piedrita, pero está acomodando ayer a otra.
They say they don't raise no food.
Here they this is normally where they wash their clothes separately from the food, but the wood went bad, and Dad says they don't have enough money to buy some wood, so they have to wash their clothes with they get their food.
Vamos a ponerle de este granillo.
¿Y qué más ponen en la sopa?
Con zanahoria y papas.
My grandma would have said, "You cutting all the potato off the potato." She used to get on my ass about that shit.
Yeah.
Tenga servicio cabecita. Yo tengo mucha fe en Dios. Porque Él puede algún día sacarnos. Solo Él puede. Ay, sí fue.
I noticed that people that are poor, really poor, they tend to be very religious.
Siquiera para poder ir a trabajar. Y si no, si Él no me diera la vida y la salud, ya no pudiera trabajar. Yo, mi sueño es tener algún día una casita propia. Eso es mi sueño.
Yeah, I think that's there's something to that.
Algún día quizás podamos lograrlo eso.
Sí.
Tener nuestra casita propia. Para ya no andar arrendando de aquí para allá, de allá para acá con estos niños.
Sí.
Ajá.
I used to be very, very religious.
Así es mucho.
Cestica, sírvase.
Here's my soup.
Oh.
Put vegetables in it.
I think in my early years, I kind of got out of it. Probably within my teenage years.
Yeah, that's about when I got out of it too as a teenager.
Yeah.
But I was devout.
Para la rienda de nuevo.
70.
Pero 70 es con agua.
Agua y luz.
Ah.
Si no es 50.
Sí.
I was exposed to other stuff. I learned about the Black Madonna.
Que tengo que ir a pagar de agua.
And that threw my whole world upside down.
La pandemia no estaban cobrando.
What?
Y ahora
The Black Madonna? Never heard of Black Madonna?
Oh no, of course, yeah. No, I just didn't hear you. I was my mind was in the middle of just trying to read that stuff, but yeah, no, of course, like that changed my perspective in a lot of ways too. Not necessarily religious, but because I don't remember a time where I believed that Jesus was white.
¿Tienes miedo que va que
I used to go to the shrine of the Black Madonna and steal books as a teenager. Only place I could find these kind of books.
Y llego a las 7:30 de la noche.
It was a church, Shrine of Black Madonna.
Ah, okay. That's what I was about to ask you. Was it like a library or whatever, but it was church?
It was a church, but it had a library and a museum inside of it.
Esperen, no hay plata, dice.
That's in Houston?
No, que los jefes de
Yep,
que se
I'm pretty sure it's still there.
Que eso mandan a vender a Quito. De Quito viene la plata en cheque, dicen. Entonces nos toca esperar a veces 15 días, al mes nos pagan.
So the people, they work for like...
Todo, nos pagan la mitad, dicen tomen esto, tomen 20, tomen 15. Con eso no nos alcanza, le digo, ni para el mercado. A veces les
I think she said $5 a day, and she worked from the morning to the night. And then the people don't even pay her regularly. Like they be like, we don't have the money. Like,
¿Cómo te llamas?
Right now, they're late on their rent because of that.
Well, you saw what they was discussing what the rent is, and the rent is $70. And
¿Qué quieres hacer de trabajo?
That's including the water and the power. So rent really is, I guess, $50, and then the lights and power will be, I guess 10 a piece, or
¿Este es tu juguete?
$20 a whole.
¿Te gusta? ¿Es tu
The
favorito?
kids say they want to be doctors. Like both of the kids said, when you grow up, I want to be a doctor. Like they probably have zero chance of that actually happening.
That's the herb we need down there. This guy's tilling it up though. So they said that they have to come down here and basically steal it.
So they steal those herbs, and that's what they feed their whatever those little gerbils or whatever they were.
I
think you were right, the guinea pigs, so they were kind of more on the bigger side, but yeah, they are pretty much the same family. But they were a lot bigger than I think a gerbil is.
Navidad.
I hate those animals. For pets, they stink so bad. And my daughter had been wanting one for the longest. And I don't like rats. They're too close to rats.
Well, that's pretty much what I see them as.
Huele bueno, ¿no? Interesting.
The kids are playing with the guts of the fucking... But I ain't gonna lie, I bet you that shit gonna come out delicious.
She's using cabbage.
Man, cut it out.
Man, food is food, bro. When you hungry.
Well, I mean, I'm sure if it really came down to it, like I'm gonna do everything in my power to just be, vegetarian or vegan, if it's that, if it's kind of
salad, rice.
If it's nothing else, and that's what I have. I mean, it's about survival.
It's about survival. They want to make sure their kids eat. So this channel is really cool. I'm gonna say the name in a minute.
Dios me le ayude.
Que Dios lo tenga alentado y que Dios le ayude y le vuelva más.
He builds money. He collects money, and he goes to these little places like this. And see, they got all that food for them, and he gave them money for their rent.
Mucha comida.
Buenamente se ha molestado.
And he builds the money from the show because he does these shows on YouTube or whatever, and the people send in donations, and he passes it on to them people.
Tengo a mis hijos. Ellos son la felicidad.
And this is Venezuela?
This one, yeah, this is in Venezuela.
Man, I had a friend. Well, I say friend, but it was my sister-in-law, my ex-sister-in-law's boyfriend was from Venezuela.
There's a couple. couple more. I want to play a bit of this one, and then there's one more I want to play a bit of.
Para mí no es fácil, no me gusta vivir en la calle porque en la calle roban a la gente. Entonces me da miedo que me roben, que roban a mi mamá o que nos violen.
I think. Oh, this is Venezuela again.
Pero como venezolanos nos toca vivir en la calle.
The other one I'm gonna show is from Colombia.
Pónganse aquí, coco foto. Frío yo.
Look how happy this little child is. They are traveling from wherever they are, was coming from, and they're in Venezuela now, but they're trying to get.
It's freezing cold. I can't even move my hands. They are numb.
They're basically homeless.
So I need a blanket. I thought I could do it with my
the whole family, because they're traveling. And this is what the migration really is that people don't understand. Okay, they're in Ecuador now.
This little girl has been sleeping in this freezing cold streets without a blanket, and now we got her this nice little blanket like a little cow. Hey!
Oh, beautiful children. Okay, yeah, so they're in Colombia.
They crossed what?
Some border they crossed. It says 2 to 3 months to cross Colombia by foot.
Un poquito escondidito y debajo del árbol. La grama es muy húmeda. Nos pasamos mucho frío.
Estamos solos en familia.
Mejor aquí. Cada día nos levantamos dándole gracias a Dios por un día más de vida.
There goes that religious shit again.
En realidad somos millonarios en vida y salud. Somos ricos. Mientras tengamos vida y salud, ya lo demás se nos hace más fácil. Salimos a buscar un mejor futuro y tenemos que
beautiful children.
superar estas pruebas pues para
they got a beautiful family.
La tranquilidad.
Anoche que pasamos las 8 y casi nos caíamos, era un barranco, teníamos que bajar con cuidado porque si no casi nos caíamos. Eso era como era poco tierra y bajamos con un hueco y teníamos que casi caernos. Sujetarnos de las ramas porque si no después tuvimos que pasar cesta que nos pasaron por un carril sobre el río y después tuvimos que subir una subidota guiando
they die a lot of times by drowning when they're traveling. He's telling the story about how they almost died trying to cross a river.
Que mochilear era ayudar a la persona con los bolsos y ellos le pagaban el pasaje. Y no pensé nunca que dormir en la calle, caminar como hemos caminado nosotros. A veces pasando un poquito de hambre, la gente nos regalaba comida, pasando frío, dormir en la calle es mucho feo, es feo, muy feo. Mi fe en Dios es muy grande.
There goes the religion.
Yo le pido a él y él me concede lo que yo le pido. Él es bueno. En Venezuela pasaba hambre. Y yo le pedí a Dios y él me da lo que yo le pedía.
So in the first video I was showing how people live in Venezuela. These are people who left Venezuela because of those conditions.
Y que esté conmigo siempre y con mi familia y que a mi familia en Venezuela no le falte ningún.
I thought maybe it was because of them, getting put out of their house.
Diosito le mandó unos moneditos.
No
tienen nada para comer, para que no pasen hambre.
They was tired of living like that, so they're trying to do something different.
Y también que el Diosito los proteja y que los cuide. Y que los cuide.
¿En qué lado?
El otro, no.
Allá.
Cualquiera
Muéstreme.
El gordito, la sábana.
Al lado del que le tiene la...
Al fondo aquí. Estás en mi cama. Estás en mi cama. Absolutely reeks of piss. I cannot even begin to tell you how strong this scent is of pure piss. Buenas noches, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Bueno, nos arropamos la cabeza por el frío. Arrópense como ustedes sienten.
Para molestia, aquí no lo pueden ustedes utilizar como
Look,
el parque.
guess what? They just trying to find somewhere to fucking sleep. Here come the cops.
Uno de los problemas. Uno de los problemas.
They said y'all are in the park. There's no sleeping here. Y'all have to move.
Good luck. Okay. So they
2
was
o'clock in the morning, and the police just woke us up, so we can't be here.
getting ready to set up, but
Look how happy the little girl is.
¿No tienes sueño?
No.
Fácil.
Dealing with this shit.
Siempre andamos con Dios. A donde lleguemos siempre le pedimos a Dios que nos cuide. Me cuide a mis hijos primero que todo. Y bueno, gracias a Dios tengo mi familia es esta. Somos una familia guerrera. Y vamos para adelante. Nos vinimos de Venezuela porque pasamos mucha necesidad. Pasamos hambre. No teníamos como.
I don't want to put y'all to sleep because there's one more video.
I'm here from Colombia and they have nothing, absolutely nothing to eat. So this is what they're doing. They're camping out in front of one of the few restaurants that's still open right now. And I'm going to see if they can get something to eat just for her kids.
Nos dijeron que no.
Nos vamos al otro restaurante. Y cuando nos dicen que no, nosotros le decimos que Dios los bendiga. Y allá arriba con Dios que para abajo. Dile a Dios para ver qué nos pone en el camino. A ver qué nos
and you know, I work in a restaurant.
Poner en el camino para
we throw away so much food. These people just went to this restaurant to ask for some food. They're starving. The restaurant told them no. And like I say, we throw a lot of food away every day.
Que hoy hemos pasado todo el día sin comer, no tenemos
the trash cans are full of food. That's what we throw away more than anything else.
Venimos de Venezuela de pasar hambre, venimos caminando, Padre Celestial. Te lo pido en el nombre de Jesús. Amén.
Amen.
Amén. Amén.
I don't know about in the name of Jesus, but I still pray with you. So.
Siempre le hacemos señal a la gente.
15,50. ¿Para llevar para servirte?
Súper agradecido, Señor, te pedimos esta noche que sí.
Tanto pero los ojos que me gusta
so
el
what was
pollo.
that? Some fried hamster
That's
leg?
chicken. That's chicken. I want to say the guy that got removed by the police again. The guy that's with them, you know, he's the one who's doing this show. I think he paid for dinner that time.
Ay, comida. I gave up. We were going to stay in this hotel or in the streets, but I gave up.
See, his thing is he tries to live with them, you know, to show the world what it's really like. He couldn't deal with it no more, so he went ahead and paid for a room. Look how happy they are.
Yeah.
One more. And this is the one that struck me pretty much damn near brought me to tears. Because the thing is how people, you know, like prostitution, right? A lot of times, even here in America, in the United States, like we talk about human trafficking and all of that. And a lot of the prostitutes that are out there, you know, a lot of them are out there to fucking eat. You get what I'm saying? Like they are starving. And like I say, when you create these economic opportunities, you know, or lack of opportunities, it gives people the opportunity to exploit people. So you got this beautiful woman who is poor, doesn't have no money, so she has to sell her body to be able to make money to feed her child. and the dad was killed, the father was killed, and she left Venezuela and she went to Colombia, and basically she's a prostitute because that's the only way she can make money. Like, one of the problems is she don't have papers because she's not from Colombia, so she can't get like legit jobs and so forth and so on. So the thing about like exploiting somebody's physical body because they are in a bad economic position, you know what I'm saying? Remember back in the days where they be talking about the Johns or whatever that go to the hood and have sex with the prostitute? It's usually white men because they're the ones who have the money and they're spending the money. Not in this situation. I'm talking about here in the United States. They go to the hood and they, have sex with beautiful women. These women are in bad positions in their life, and the money means nothing. What kills me is these people with money. The money means nothing to them, but to these women or to these people that are in bad economic situations, the money is life or death. So let me play this one last video before we wrap the video.
She feels really, really sad to only think about it.
And the name of his channel is
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
¿Cómo estás? Can you please tell me where are you from?
Por favor, ¿le puedes decir de dónde eres?
I'll put it in the comments later.
Jennifer Barrios, soy de Venezuela, Caracas.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Barrios. I'm from Venezuela, Caracas, the capital of Venezuela.
And now do you live in La Parada?
¿Y ahora vives en La Parada?
Beautiful woman.
Yes, I'm settled.
Gorgeous.
Right. Why did you leave Venezuela?
¿Por qué abandonaste Venezuela?
Por la situación económica y también por falta de comida.
Because of the economical situation in Venezuela and the lack of food.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what life was like there? Like, were you hungry? Were you starving?
Okay,
how hard was it to get food in Caracas?
¿Me puedes dar un poquito más de detalle acerca de cómo estaba la situación en Caracas? Si pasabas mucha hambre, si era muy difícil de conseguir comida allá. Danos más detalles de esa situación.
Sí, bueno, en Venezuela ya se había puesto muy complicada la cosa, ya yo no hallaba cómo hacer para conseguir comida.
Okay, so the situation in Venezuela got really, really complicated, so I didn't find a way to find the food. So, sí.
Me había tocado, me tocó hacer muchas cosas que no me gustaron y pues la tuve que hacer por la necesidad.
Okay, that I had to do so many things which I didn't like to do, and I had to only to find food.
Y bueno, también hice un sacrificio que yo tenía mi ranchito con mi casita pequeña y la tuve que vender.
Okay, I had to sacrifice my things in order to come here because I had a small house and I had to sell it just to get the money to get here.
Ya que yo no contaba con el apoyo de ningún hombre que estuviera a mi lado.
So since I didn't count on any man's help or government's help.
Porque el padre de mi hija falleció lo mataron cuando ella tenía 3 meses de nacida y pues de ahí me tocó salir adelante sola.
Okay, because the father of my child got killed when she was only 3 months old. So I had to struggle on my own, by myself.
What happened to him?
¿Qué le pasó
How
a
did
él?
he die?
¿Cómo murió? ¿Qué le pasó?
Él trabajaba con el gobierno, él era él era colectivo.
Okay, he used to work for the government. He was a part of the so-called collectives. Okay. So, lo mataron, lo atracaron, ¿cómo fue?
No,
¿Qué pasó?
Yo había tenido problemas con él y una semana yo había discutido y me fui para mi mamá, que mi mamá tiene una casa en Maracay.
Okay, so we had an argument one day and I went to my mother's house. And okay, continue.
A la semana me enteré que lo habían matado porque él que ya andaba uno que le debían plata, que él debía plata, entonces no se me imagino que por eso fue que lo mataron.
Okay, so 1 week after we had the argument, I found out that he got killed because he was doing bad businesses with some bad guys, so he got killed.
And how long have you been living in La Parada?
¿Cuánto tiempo has estado viviendo en La Parada?
Ahorita voy para 3 años aquí en La Parada.
Okay, I'm about to be 3 years here.
What is life like here for you?
Okay, ¿qué te parece la vida aquí para ti?
Bueno, de verdad, con toda la sinceridad, aquí esto a mí no me gusta.
Okay, honestly, I don't like this.
Porque de verdad esto, yo veo que esto no es como para yo tener a mi hija, como para tener a mi sobrino, mi familia, porque aquí primero esto se encuentra como en banda para allá y banda para acá.
Okay. She says honestly, she believes that this is not the right place to have a daughter or her nephews or nieces, because there are always grumbles, I don't know, fights between different gangsters or, different groups.
Gangs are fighting here
Yes,
in La Parada?
and so they are in the middle.
Y bueno, en esta casa mucho menos por la condición, pues allá está un tanque y eso es cuando llueve, eso se llena toda la casa de agua, hay ratones, esto es una ratonera, no está en las condiciones.
So she says that this house is in terrible conditions because anytime it rains, all the house gets flooded with water and everything gets wet, and there are lots of rats. Ratas grandes. Big
Muy
rats,
grande.
very big rats. So she says that this looks like the rat's house.
How many people live with you in this house?
¿Cuántas personas viven contigo en esta casa?
Somos como 10.
We're about 10. We're about 10.
Somos pura familia, hermanos.
¿Cuántas familias separadas hay?
Ella es una familia, ella es otra familia.
Okay, he says they are four families. Four families together in a space. 5 families in a small place that is less than. This must be 3 meters times 5 meters. That must be 15 meters square.
And 4 families, 10 people total.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do to make money here in La Parada?
Okay, ¿qué haces para hacer dinero aquí en La Parada?
Bueno, con toda la sinceridad, yo aquí en La Parada me ha tocado, bueno, vender mi cuerpo.
Okay.
Por la necesidad y porque de verdad
no te dan trabajo.
No me dan trabajo por falta de papeles.
Okay. She says that honestly she can't get a
real job.
Official job because she doesn't have the papers. She doesn't have the documents, so she has to sell her body in order to make money.
What is that like for you? Can you describe what it's like to live like that?
¿Puedes describirme más o menos cómo tú te sientes por esa situación? ¿Cómo es esa situación? ¿Qué se siente vivir esto? Hacer eso. ¿Te da tristeza pensar en eso? She feels really, really sad to only think about it. So, ¿te gustaría que otra chica
This is the violence of poverty right here.
No.
Okay, ¿tú puedes responder?
¿Sí? Bueno, yo me
siento
me siento muy mal.
They violate her body.
De verdad, no me gusta que ningún hombre pueda, o sea, alguien con quien no me sienta agrado, que me esté tocando, o que yo lo tenga que hacer por la necesidad para darle de comer a mi hija, y eso no me gusta.
Okay.
Y lo tengo que hacer por eso.
So she says that she feels really bad to do this because she has to sell. She has to let some men touch her body, men who she doesn't like. So, but she has to do it. She's obliged to do it because of the need, because of the money, because she has to feed her baby. Okay.
You can't judge her for that.
How much does it cost for you to live here, and does the money you make from that job cover all of your expenses in your life?
Okay. ¿Cuánto gastas tú mensualmente aquí y si la actividad que estás haciendo te sirve para cubrir esos gastos?
No, porque a veces, bueno, le voy a ser sincera, hay hombres que me dicen a mí que tienen 20,000 y yo lo hago porque yo no voy a dejar que mi hija se
Get hungry.
Pero ¿cuánto gastas tú mensualmente aproximadamente?
Gotta eat.
Aquí nada más en la casa pagamos 20,000. Al mes yo gasto 600,000 aquí.
Okay. So they have to pay, all of them have to pay 600,000 per month but sometimes she doesn't make enough money because she has to accept whatever the man wants to give her only because she needs the money. So if anyone comes with 20,000, she has to do it. She has to go to bed with him.
What would you like people around the world to know about your situation that you have not said already?
Ok, ¿qué te gustaría decirle a las personas que están viendo este video? ¿Cómo te gustaría que fuera la situación de diferente, ¿no? ¿Cómo te gustaría que fuera todo? ¿Qué te gustaría decirle a las personas que están dispuestos a ayudar?
Bueno, a mí me gustaría decirle que le agradezco todo lo que hagan por mí y por todas esas mujeres que estamos luchando igual por nuestros hijos, para que estamos aquí, todos estos inmigrantes que estamos en lucha para volver a regresar a nuestro país, ya que nuestro país no se encuentra en las condiciones de estar allá, y por eso estamos en este país.
Okay, she would like to thank in advance anyone who can give some help, who is willing, who are willing to send any help because they really need it, and this all is going to help them get back to their country because they don't want to stay here any longer. But right now they have to stay here because the conditions in Venezuela are not the best.
Final question. So you do want to return to Venezuela, and if so, why?
Ok, y la última pregunta, ¿tú realmente quieres volver a Venezuela? Y si es así, ¿por qué quieres volver a Venezuela?
Y bueno, la verdad, ahorita yo no quiero volver para Venezuela.
Okay.
A mí me gustaría estar aquí con mi hija porque aquí yo tengo más posibilidad de conseguirle la comida, por lo menos, que es lo más importante, y sus cosas.
Okay, honestly, right now she doesn't want to be back to Venezuela because here it is easier to get the food and medicines for her daughter.
Okay, thank you very much, and I really hope that your situation improves.
Okay, muchísimas gracias y de verdad espero que tu situación mejore.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
You too. Muchas gracias.
Such a beautiful woman has to go through this fucking bullshit just because of the place that she was born. This is what I want to wrap today's video with is borders. Borders are important. You do need borders. They serve a certain purpose. I can't argue with that. But where a person came out of their womb should not decide on what rights they have or what abilities they have or what, what can they aspire to be, And I mean, you could say like, okay, that's just the way things are, that's fine. That's fine. And I can't even argue with that. That is the way things are. But do they have to be that way? And do people have to be so hard on migrants, who are trying to find a better life for their family? And one thing, like the United States is a country of immigrants. It's a new country. Everybody over here is immigrants, but the natives, but y'all don't want nobody else to come. And then here's the other side of it. The reason why America, the United States, is so rich, some of these other European countries are so rich, is because they extract resources from these other countries. Venezuela has embargoes. They are ostracized by the global community, basically by the European community. And that is the reason why they're going through the hardships that they're going through. That's one of the main reasons why they're going through the hardships. And the reason why they are ostracized is because they had the gall to, make it so where Venezuela produces a lot of oil. Y'all know that all the Valeros, and then they were closing the Valeros. The United States confiscated the Valeros' fucking assets. Like, what gives them the right? So anyways, Venezuela, they still create a lot of oil. They, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. I'm so tired. I'm finna wrap the video, but where they make it so where the oil is owned by everybody who lives in Venezuela, and they, So they share. And Venezuela have a lot of people of color there. European countries, United States do not like that. We want to be able to own the oil should be owned by a private company. Private company should be able to come over there, extract the oil, and make the profits out of it and give the locals a couple of jobs. That's how it's supposed to work. If they're like, no, we're not allowing none of y'all private companies to come over here and extract this stuff. This is our stuff, and we're going to let the people that live here benefit from it. This is the reason why Venezuela is suffering. At the end of the day, just have a freaking heart, right? And like I say, people don't even know what poverty really is. That's why I played those videos, so you guys can really get an idea what poverty really is and the violence of it, and how like the first world creates the third world to extract resources from them. Because if the third world was strong, they wouldn't be able to do it. They want these private companies to have a monopoly on the resources of the world, and they don't want the local people to benefit from the shit in any kind of way, especially if they're natives or brown. So that's it, man. I'm tired. I'm gonna wrap it. I put Pat to sleep with my shit. We're over 4 hours. We're at 5 hours. I was not intending on doing this for 5 hours. The first segment was really good. My mom and them, and talking about the knowledge that we can gain from the ancestors. So that's another thing I want to say at the end is the ancestors that are alive, take advantage of the fact that they are still here and try to extract some information from them. Ask the right questions. Try to, document the information, because it gets lost when they die, and it's so valuable. The knowledge is so valuable. There's no price you could put on it. Whew. 5 hours. I'm tired. Peace and love. Hey, and to you who are watching me on Twitch, I don't know who you are, but you watch all of my videos and you stay this is 5 hours. I can't believe you stayed with me this whole time. You are an extraordinary person. You are not a normal person, And like I said in the other video, I'm looking for my tribe. So apparently you're one of them. So thank you. Thank you. Brother or sister, whoever you are, I love you. I really do. I'm looking for my tribe. You watch all my videos from beginning to end. I don't know how you possibly could do that. I produce so much fucking content. But I've noticed that this person on Twitch is on my show every time I have a show, and then they stay the whole time. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. I hope I'm giving you something that helps. And I hope you share this information with the people around you. And hopefully they can, learn some stuff. And, like I say, ask the ancestors the right questions, the ones that are here. It's okay to ask your ancestors, the ones that have passed, because they're still with us too. But the ones that are physically here with us, we can ask them questions and we can learn. The other thing is poverty is it's like war. Poverty is violence. Poverty is killing. Poverty is death. Poverty is torture. Okay? These people are trying to escape torture. Have a little bit of sympathy. Not to you, who's the one guy who follows me on here all the time. I'm not talking to you when I say have some sympathy, because apparently you do, because you watch all my content. That's pretty much all I talk about, is trying to spread love, spread education, build a community, share history, get us to come together, have a place where you can come and share. We need to talk about these really complicated, difficult-ass conversations that are not accepted in public, or not even in school. You can't talk about this stuff. There's nowhere you can go. Can you go to church and talk about this stuff? You can't go on the street and talk about this stuff, because somebody might beat you up. Here's a safe place you can come and talk about that stuff. Tell your friends. Like, share, and subscribe. Like I say, thank you for being with me, whoever you are, man. I wish I could send you some money or something, some kind of gift. I don't know. All my information is everywhere. Send me an email. I'll hit you back. I promise. Tell me you're the person I was talking about in this video. I'm going to hit you back on the email and hopefully give you some kind of gift or something. I don't know what it could be. I'll think of something. Thank you for joining. I'm gonna play a song or two. Should I? Because we're at 5 fucking minutes. No, I'm not gonna play a song. I mean, we're at 5 hours, so I don't want to increase the fucking length of the video. So I like to end with my little Cash App. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna play a song to wrap it up. Thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for giving your comments. I hope y'all learned something. I hope it helped you in some kind of way. You know, tell your friends, come and join the show. I want you guys to come, not just leave comments under the comment section. I want y'all to come and join and physically talk to us, because your opinion, your thoughts, your knowledge matters. Like I say, you're an ancestor too. So you have some stuff in your head that can help some people. So come on the show, and you don't have to join with video. I know a lot of people don't want to be, on video. So, but that's fine. You could just join with the audio. You can distort your voice. I don't care. We want to hear your thoughts and opinions. And, we're trying to build a community of activists. I'm trying to create activists. I'm going to go ahead and play a song. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. I have a good one. Till next time.
This chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. I'm leaning to the side, man. Yo, everybody vibing, the lights flashing, ain't nobody hiding. We full of passion. I see this chick smiling with her action. She said she from an island. I was just passing. I said stop lying. We started laughing. Girl, what you drinking? I'm on that captain. Now we on pink panties with a napkin. I got a blunt dipped in brandy that we passing. Now we leaning to the side and the bass bang. Feeling on my thigh, my chain swinging, feeling alright now. The game changing, right on time now. We both swaying, do that new style now. Bojangles, I wanna see your tatas. Those jangles, what about your now guys? I need angles, call me your papa. Grab your ankles, move like chaka chaka. When it's anal, I got to get ya. And it's painful, split you like a swisher. With a label, we can make it without being naked. We can make them think we faking, shake it, make me take it. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. This trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 If you got a cup, put that shit up. Leaning to the side, leaning to the side. If you got a fat cat and your drawers and bra match, leaning to the side, leaning to the side. If you just got off of work and your fucking feet hurt, leaning to the side, leaning to the side. If you shine fly and everybody know your ass high, leaning to the side, leaning to the side. If it's getting hot and you drink Henny on the rocks, leaning to the side, leaning to the side. If you a hot girl and you can stop and make it pop, leaning to the side, leaning to the side. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. Leaning to the side, man. Leaning to the side, man. Leaning to the Peace.